Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps and I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Down. Strap season. Y'all know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he codes with focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibes. I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge by the evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a... When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibes. I'm the kingpin.
The boxing, you know what I'm saying? Your boy was tired as hell last night, but boy, we got through that debacle of a fight, man. Lomachenko went out there, man. It wasn't even a contest, you know what I'm saying? As we knew, as hardcore boxing fans who watch this sport day to day, we knew that Kamboso wasn't on no Loma's level. So I don't even know why, you know, Kambosos at this point is a punching bag. He's an easy fight. He's somebody to go out there and get some rounds against, you know. He ain't no contender no more. You know, I don't think he ever was, tell you the truth. But, you know what I'm saying, they build them up, and this is what these boxing promoters do. They build up an opponent so they can go out there and get their ass beat. They're not a threat, but it's somebody they champion can keep busy. You know what I'm saying? They keep their champion busy. You know, they building up Vasilily Lomachenko again, you know what I'm saying, for, you know what I'm saying, another, you know, just to keep some money coming in the top rank. And, you know, he needs to stay busy and he needs safe fights. You know what I'm saying? If he's going to rebuild his name and he get a belt to boot. And at 135, you know what I'm saying, even though you got Tank, even though you got Shakur, even though you got Frank Martin, you know what I'm saying, they can navigate around those guys because either they're not under the same banner or, you know, Bob just not going to put those guys in the same arena because you got a lot of talent at 135 at top rank, but they're not fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? You got Keyshawn Davis and you got, what's that boy name? Abdullah Mason, right? They're not going to put them in the ring together. I don't know if Abdullah is ready for Shakur right now because he's still kind of developing, but you know, they got a lot of talent. They got Shushu, he fights at 130, but soon he's going to be at 135. So, all these guys, everything is going to point to a rich 135-pound division. It's going to be rich again because you got a lot of talent. It just depends on cheap ass Bob Aaron. Is he going to put these guys in the ring? They should be fighting right now, but because they want to build them up to be cash cows and stars, so they can dodge fights and shit and go off how big is your profile? Your profile ain't bigger than mine, type shit. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to get in the ring, right? What they should be fighting right now, developing the legacies, right? You know what I'm saying? Cash cow shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what stopped fights. You know what I'm saying? The business of boxing, when they can be building up their fights by getting in there and fighting, right? So you kind of get tired of the same process when you got talent out there, and they should be facing. If Shushu want to try somebody at 135, why not? You know what I'm saying? No, because they want to build them up to be a star. And boxing, you get more experience by taking on the challenges, right? You know what I'm saying? That's what Roberto Duran did. You know what I'm saying? He just kept challenging them motherfuckers. They wasn't good as him, and he kept fighting, and it kept him sharp, and he was able to dominate motherfuckers who wasn't in the ring, right? So that activity plays a big part. And they keeping Lomachenko busy with this Kambosos fight. When I saw it, I said, okay, they're gonna give Vasily Lomachenko another belt. Now, if Shakur Stevenson would have had that IBF, would that fight have happened? I don't think so. I don't think so, man. What's going on, Bruce? Boxing, jazz, and more. What's going on, my brother? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mason is a beast, and they know that. And even if you would, I don't think he could beat Loma at this point in his career, because I think Loma's just still boxing skills just a little bit too much. But it'll be a damn good fight to watch. I think Mason would probably, if he wouldn't knock him out, he would give. It would be a good fight. It'd be a good fantasy, entertaining fight. But at this point in Mason's career, because I would say Mason is about, he's probably about five, maybe 4 or 5 fights away, what I'm saying, for being a real threat to a experienced fighter like Lomachenko. I'll say five because Mason got a lot of natural ability. He's young and he's athletic, so he could beat a lot of these guys right now, but he's still got a lot of development to do. So they could take advantage of that. That's why it's good to get fighters while they're young and while they starting out, because they don't have the experience. But I don't think a loss is a problem. I think they learn from fighting experienced guys, and they won't allow these guys to get that experience. And that's what's fucking up boxing right now. Because either when they get in there, either they naturally too good or athletically too good, or they never just got the experience, you know what I'm saying, to be able to face, what I'm saying, a step up dude, what I'm saying, a step up top guy. And I think they need to get that experience to pass the torch to the young guys who are coming up. They're not getting, they fighting all these tomato cans, and when they get in there against somebody who good, we're like, damn, that dude wasn't that good. That's no, he didn't get the experience because y'all didn't allow them to fight in the develop. When they started developing, y'all trying to develop stars instead of develop fighters. Fighters got to fight to develop, right? We know this, but they're not allowing that to happen. If you keep letting them fight these low grade guys, they ain't gonna learn nothing. Sometimes, like Ugas, you got to go out there and lose before you get better. You know what I'm saying? But because they're so afraid that these guys are not going to sell them some tickets in the future, they're afraid if they get 1, 2, 3, 4 losses and shit that they ain't going to be shit. No, that's not how boxing goes. You learn from your losses. And we got to get back to that, because you make better fighters, what I'm saying, from getting the experience. What I'm saying? If they get that experience, what I'm saying, it's like, don't worry about protecting no damn. Oh, that's for casual fans, and that's what the promoters want today. They don't give a damn about the hardcore boxing fans who love this sport and follow this sport, and follow these fighters. It's like, man, let them fighters grow, man. Let them get that experience in, because by the time they got 20 fights in, they either wore down, they burned out. Then when they get a goddamn big payday, they tired of fighting so many damn bouts. Taking so many punches and all this training camps. Let them guys get in there. The average fighter probably got about maybe 30, maybe 30 or 40 good fights in them. Depends on if they go through wars or anything like that. What I'm saying? It's, the body can only take so much, and you never know how much, your body can take. So these guys are in these training camps, they stressing their bodies ever since they were kids, some of them. And what I'm saying, your body can only take so much. So when you go in there, you got amateurs, stress on that body, what I'm saying? They got bouts from amateurs. Then when you turn pro, they need to get it in. What I'm saying? Fuck a record. Get in there, develop, Find out, you know what I'm saying, what your limit is, push yourself to be the best. And, that's why I want to see Abdullah Mason join. And I want to see Keyshawn Davidson step in, stop worrying about, saying becoming a star, because that's going to happen if you're any good, right? It's going to happen, over time, but you need to get that experience in so you can be as good as you can, as you think you are. And if you want to be the best, you fight the best. Say get in there and fight the best, man. I'm just like the way they're going about it, man. It's like we haven't seen these guys in the ring for a long time, and you got to remember what their records are. You used to know boxers' records just off the top of your head, what I'm saying, because they fought so much. And now it's like you got to go to box records. Okay, who is this guy again? People don't even know who the hell Tiger Johnson is. That motherfucker, one of the baddest dudes I keep bringing up. He's one of the baddest 147 pounders I ever seen, and yet he's fighting tomato cans. So when he get in there, he step up, and then he crash against a very great veteran or some shit like that. What I'm saying? It's like we're gonna think he trash. You know what I'm saying? Just like we saw Kid Austin. What I'm saying? He went out there against some sorry ass veteran, and he was getting pieced up. I was like, damn, man. Also, you got to work on your defense, buddy. You got to fight some better competition so you know how to guard against, what I'm saying, them overhand rights. So, what I'm saying, so you know how to make adjustments, And, I think the better competition you fight, whether you win or lose, you go out there and you learn something as a young fighter. And I think that's something that boxing got to get back to. Something, instead of putting on the show, what I'm saying, let's get these fighters in here learning something, what I'm saying? So it's just crazy, man. What I'm saying, how these guys are spending all this time in this boxing thing, and they're not working on the craft of it. What I'm saying, to be the best. They're working on it to become celebrities and to make money. What I'm saying, and that's just kind of sad. Because at the end it could hurt them in the end. What I'm saying, once they start stepping up. And the kid says boxing's all about protecting that old nowadays, and that's the problem. That is the biggest problem that I see. He said, Kick said, I never cared about boxers' losses. He says, I mean, I don't watch guys with 10 losses if he always brings it. Yeah, that's what Tim Bradley kind of said last night. I was kind of surprised. Of course, he's only honest when he's not all the way honest when he talk about Vasil Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? That's a company guy. But he was saying how Vasil is always talking about championships. You know what I'm saying? He's always, saying, especially when talking about his prowess, and he's talking about how he wants to compete, right? And we know that's a lot of bullshit when it comes to Vasil Lomachenko, because he's an older fighter. He's 36 years old now, but as a 36-year-old fighter, he looks damn good. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. He said, what he says, Jameer Espinoza nearly exposed Tiger Johnson. Yeah, and it's like you got to let these guys get in the ring and fight, man. So you can't be protecting no damn. Oh, that law that guy there, Espinoza. You know what I'm saying? He learned a lot from that fight. You know what I'm saying? He learned a lot. He learned that he ain't all that. He learned that he ain't Mr. Superstar. He got some shit to work on, and that's going to make him a better fighter. And that's what I'm talking about. Making learning what your flaws are when you against elite opposition. You know what I'm saying? Or not even elite. This a good journeyman. You know what I'm saying? You need that experience. I mean, I don't care if you got 10 fights or you got 20 fights. Somebody, if you're not fighting guys on your level, say that 21st fight might be your downfall. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not really challenging yourself. So if you just stay in a bubble where you're beating everybody ass and knocking everybody out, you're never going to know how good you really are. And what I'm saying, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of guys that's being manufactured and being protected. And when they get in there against somebody who know what they're doing in the ring, somebody who mama died, somebody who daddy died, and he pledged that the next guy I fight, I'm gonna beat his ass. Some journeyman like Buster, what's the name that fought Tyson? What's his name? What Buster? I forgot I forgot the dude's name, but his mama died, and he went out there and beat Tyson ass. You know what I'm saying? Because he was on some emotional shit. And that could happen to some of these stars, you know what I'm saying? They don't know what's going on in these fighters' lives, you know what I'm saying? So they need to get back into the craft of it. Let these guys go for what they know. But let's get back to Loma. You know what I'm saying? Loma looking great at 36. Like, well, you're gonna look great against George Kambosos. I'm glad he did because I didn't want to see him so diminished to the point, but before he gets to Shakur, because Shakur is not going to get any credit for beating Lomachenko. Excuse me. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You know, Lomachenko had already been beat, and that's how these casuals think. But you can see Lomachenko still got something left. He still got skills. He still got speed. Um, he still got that boxing knowledge. He still got that experience, and he beat the shit out of George Cambosos last night. Beat his ass, bro. I mean, George Cambosos is a punching bag at this time. You know what I'm saying? At this point in time in his career, and it was just a shame. Man. I was like, God damn, George, do something, bro. Show why you gave Teofimo Lopez hell. You know what I'm saying? Show them how you beat. I want to see. Certain fighters got to be motivated to get to that certain point. That what I'm saying to motivate themselves to get trained up to get to that point in their career. And I don't know, is it as much as Tio was drained at 135 and couldn't really was just at 135 too long? Then he had personal problems, or was it just that George Cambosos, what I'm saying, had his number that night? Yeah, Buster Douglas. Yeah, Buster Douglas. And you could motivate any guy because he's the underdog. When you the underdog, all the pressure is on the champion to get out there and what I'm saying, perform. And what I'm saying, Lomachenko's been there before. What I'm saying, he's been there before over and over again. And so this wasn't shit to Lomachenko. He was in the locker room looking like Canelo. What I'm saying, just relaxed. What I'm saying, just throwing a few punches here. This was another day at the park for Lomachenko, and he showed it, man. He showed that the experience. He showed that he owned that ring, and he showed that, hey, man, I've been a champion before, man. This ain't shit to me. What I'm saying? And you could see it on George Camboso's face from the first round, man. He didn't know what the hell to do when Lomachenko started throwing them feints and everything. It's like he was just lost in the sauce, baby. It's like I don't even know if he trained well for this shit because he knew he was gonna get his ass beat. And I kind of felt like Tank kind of felt like early in his career that was a good time to fight Tank. What I'm saying? Because he wasn't really fully confident. I think Tank would knock the shit out of Lomachenko right now at this point in time because he's 36 and Tank is in his prime. But even though that would have been a good fight, what I'm saying, those years ago when Lomachenko was calling out Javante Tank Davis and stuff. But you know, you know, but they love when Vasily Lomachenko put on a great performance, and which he did. I can't take nothing away from him. You know what I'm saying? But we already knew how this fight was going to go. Um, George Cambosos, what I'm saying, he really couldn't. His defense was, he tried to be defensive. We all know that the way you got to do Lomachenko, you got to push him back, man, because on his back he's great off his front foot. But you got to push his ass back, man, because he's so goddamn quick when he attack. He's gonna throw you 1,000 feints. George Camboso didn't even know where the punches was coming from, bro. Loma was on his ass last night, man. I mean, it was classic Matrix Lomachenko, and it was fun to watch for a while. Then after a while, when I saw George Cambosos couldn't come back with nothing, I was like, man, this shit is boring as hell, man. Especially when Lomachenko was just playing with him, just taking his time, breaking him down. Had George Camboso's face just destroyed. I mean, with the jabs, what I'm saying, and the overhand, the straight left, what I'm saying, to the face. I mean, and then he dropped him. What I'm saying, and you could see how demoralized. Look at his face right here, man. George Camboso he just knew. He had to put on the front for the crowd, but I know he wanted to quit. Because Vasil was just punishing him, man. He was punishing this dude, man. I'm talking about. I mean, it was a long beat down, man. I was just like, wow, bro. I was like, George, you got paid, bro. You got paid to lose, and he knew that. I think he understood that, man. That's what was going on in this fight. Look at George, man. I mean, the body shots against the ropes. Vasil did his classic go behind and just was popping them with that shit to the body, to the head. It was just like, damn, bro, did you ever study this dude, man? I mean, you already knew what he was going to come in with, but George couldn't do shit with his speed. He was just totally dominated, man. I mean, it was just a sad performance by George Kambosos, and he showed that he's not on Lomachenko level for real, for real. Um, what's going on? What's going on? B Right 87. He says great performance by Loma. He says possible tank fight. He says I would be an interest. It would be an interesting fight, but I would favor Tank over Loma at this point. Of course, I mean, man, Tank would not. Loma would stop. He would stop punching, bro. He would not be countering Tank like that. I mean, you saw him against Devin, right? It'll be worse. It'll be worse against Tank. You know what I'm saying? It'll be worse because Tank, once he start walking down Lomachenko, it'll be over with, man. 'Kay, it'll probably look something like Leo Santa Cruz. He'll probably catch him with a fucking uppercut, and he'll be down on that canvas. Mike Rhythm in the building. What's going on, bro? Good morning to you, bro. And yeah, Buster Douglas. Let's see. He said Buster Douglas always had great skills, but always lacked heart. That night, Tyson he had all heart. Yeah, his mama had died, man. What's going on, Eric? You know what's happening, bro? He says he said he was a very skilled boxer. Yes, sir. Yeah, Buster Douglas. He said funny thing is Cambosos had good wins over guys like Tio, Mickey Bay, Lee Selby. He looked terrible since Tio though. And Mickey Bay though, they caught Mickey Bay off a long layoff, bro, like years layoff. And they got him in on some bullshit. That yeah, he was coming off a long layoff and they knew it. You know, so they didn't give him no tune up and nothing like that. And Mickey Bay had been on the sideline for years. You know, he was fucking around with Mayweather, them trying to get on and everything. And he had all kind of disputes in his career. And when he came back, they offered him, say they fed him as food. You know what I'm saying, to an active Cambosos, right? And that's why Kamboso shouldn't have never been in the picture because if Mickey Bay would have had his tune-ups and everything, that fight was already competitive, right? I think Mickey Bay would have destroyed Kamboso. I think he even knocked Kambosos down in that fight, if I can remember. And so, Mickey Bay just needed a fight or two to get back into the mix, and they wasn't gonna let that happen. They wasn't gonna fight a Mickey Bay that had tune-ups and stuff. And that's something. That's another thing I hate about boxing is that they be trying to come in and get boxers off layoffs and shit like that, so they could get a name and a win on their belt to build up their fighter. You know what I'm saying? Which is bullshit. It says Kembos was a one-hit wonder. He said, I like Kembosos. He's not elite, but he makes great fights at a B level. You already know BR 87. You know what I'm saying? You already know B. He says, Eric says, if Kembos didn't adapt to Devin's jab in two fights, I knew Loma was gonna get a stoppage. And that's something that you saw. He couldn't deal with his speed, man. He couldn't move his head from the jab. He just Loma reflexes at 36 was superior to George Kambosos. I was just like, wow. I mean, he couldn't do nothing. He couldn't do nothing against that jab. You saw his face and you saw his eye. I mean, George Kambosos, he bust up real easy. Um, it was just sad, man. I was like, damn, Loma's just that jab is just getting in there. And he didn't like throw a whole bunch. He was just timing. It was just effective, man. I mean, it was just like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, every time he threw a jab, it would land. Every time he threw a straight left, it would land. Um, I was like, man, I was like, come on, George, make an adjustment, bro. Move your head, something. Block that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Do something. And I'm not a George Kambosos fan. I just like to see competitive fights. You know what I'm saying? I just like to see, I don't like to see, I want to see Vasily Lomachenko's challenged. And what I'm saying? I mean, look how much trouble Tio gave Vasily Lomachenko, but he fighting the man that beat Tio, right? So that shit don't translate. You know what I'm saying? The triangle theory does not work. You know what I'm saying? And it could be that George Kamboso just felt overwhelmed. You know what I'm saying? When you drop that name, Vasily Lomachenko, it brings a lot of, brings a lot of status with it. Because you already know you're dealing with a skilled boxing master in the ring. And so I guess it's kind of same thing when Floyd used to always tell Tank that, we're gonna put you against Lomachenko as a threat. You know what I'm saying? Before he got his confidence, before he got ready. And that's when Tank was saying like Mayweather want to get him beat. You know, go in there and try, young man. You know, you might go out there and not. You probably would have knocked Lomachenko ass out. But you know, so don't let them psych you out, man. You got to believe in yourself. But that's easy for me to say. You know what I'm saying? That's easy for me to say. The Kega says, Eric, he said he had a great jab. He said, I remember seeing him outbox Tony Tucker, but gave up the moment he got hurt. He said his dad was disgusted with him for quitting. Yeah, Buster Douglas, yeah, he was kind of like, you know, lackluster heavyweight. But you know, like I said, you get motivated. You get these guys motivated no matter what it is. You know, their mama died, their dog died, you know what I'm saying? They crash their favorite car, whatever it is that could get you, you know, over that fear. You know what I'm saying? Or going in there and fighting somebody you know that's got punching power, somebody you know who is that dude like Tyson was at that time. And Buster had nothing to lose. You know, be careful. You know what I'm saying? When you fight against somebody with nothing to lose, you know what I'm saying, they can go all out, you know, like Ryan Garcia right now. He got nothing to lose. I mean, 2 fights ago he was looked at as trash. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who was dodging fights, somebody who was out here talking about he had a fight with Pacquiao. He turned down Devin at 135 2 or 3 times. You know what I'm saying? You know, turned down fights with Javier Fortuna. He turned down that fight too before he took it. You know what I'm saying? So it was a, you know, Ryan, you know, he looked at, but then he got motivated and he got with another coach. And you know what I'm saying, even though he cheated, you know what I'm saying, he was still able to put together a performance that went out there and stopped Devin Haney with drugs in his system. You know what I'm saying? But you know, he was already got a good amateur background, so he was kind of like already on that level. He already knew how Devin fight, and that's very important. You know, when you fight a guy, you know, 3, 4, 5 times and stuff, you already know how they're coming, and you're comfortable. You know, so especially when you feel like you got the edge with the PEDs in his system, where everybody talking about we got to wait for the B sample, we got to wait. He cleared. Some people are saying that Ryan Garcia is cleared. You know, so I'm like, what the hell wrong with y'all? If you test positive for some shit in your system, bro, come on now. Why the hell we need a B sample? You know what I'm saying? Like I always say, if you got plutonium in your system, nigga, you've been somewhere where radiation at, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. It's not supposed to be in your system, right? Johnny Allison says the way Loma looked last night, Pool. He said he'll give any lightweight problems, even with his advanced age, Pool. Yeah, you know the experience goes a long way. You know what I'm saying? And you know you still gonna carry whatever power you had. Your reflexes, excuse me, your reflexes might be off. Your reflexes might be off. Excuse me. Your reflexes might be off, but that power is the last thing to go. And look like right now, Lomachenko still got his speed, he's still carrying his speed. I don't know what it's like compared to a quick Tank Davis. I don't know what it'd be like right now against a quick Tank Davis, but I don't think he could withstand the punches that Tank gonna put on his ass, man. That's just what it is, man. Right now he can't fuck with Tank. You know, I think he understands that, you know, his time has passed to get Tank Davis in the ring. And you know, but last night, man, he looked like the Matrix. I mean, I just had to give it up to him, man. He looked like the Matrix, and I know it's against George Kambosos, but you know, I like to see when fighters, you know, what I'm saying, come back, especially the veterans. You know, they come back and they look, you know, they look like they old selves and stuff. And Loma looked good, man, last night. He looked damn good. You know, George Kamboso, he was just going back on his back foot most of the night. He tried to come. I said maybe the first 2, 3 rounds. You know, George Kamboso tried to come with it a little bit, but he has no power. He has nothing to really keep a aggressive fighter off him that got power. And you know what I'm saying, at this point, you know what I'm saying, it would just be silly to put him in there with a Shakur or put him in there with anybody else. Right now, he's just a dude that's, you know, somebody to get a win off of, you know what I'm saying, because he looked like a real punching bag last night. I mean, at some point, I was just bored with it. Saying until Loma knocked him down and went, stopped playing with him and stopped carrying him in the fight. And you could see how comfortable. You could see how comfortable, man, Vasily Lomachenko was. I mean, he was just doing everything, man. He was just cocky, and you kind of seen flashes of the old Loma, where he used to, play toy with his opponents and stuff because he had such superior speed. I mean, he was stepping around. George Kamboso, he didn't know where the punches was coming from. Um, it was a beautiful performance by him, man. If you're gonna have a showcase fight, you want it to go like that, then you knock out the dude. You can't ask for more. You really can't. He says, yeah, he gave him angles, man. Mike Rhythm. He says the angles had George in a maze. It damn sure did. I mean, he didn't know where the hell he was, and then he was just so defensive. I mean, he bit on every feint. And Lomachenko, he gonna if he see you all fucked up with the feints, he's gonna give you more. He's just gonna give you more, and he's gonna come with that left just to get the left hand in. I mean, at what point does he pick that up? I mean, George was kind of dumb. He was just kind of, I don't know. He was just so overwhelmed that he stopped thinking. He stopped thinking in the ring, and so everything stopped connecting. You know what I'm saying? Because Loma do the same kind of stuff just to get that left hand in, and that right isn't as deadly as that left. He's kind of like Pacquiao. Pacquiao used to do all this shit. Say all these feints and all this shit just to get the left hand in. The left hand is what he's trying to get in. That's what's going to do damage. And then George Kamboso's like Eden Remix said last night. He didn't understand his distance. Because Lomachenko, he's always obscured the distance by stepping in and out of the pocket so many times, and he always coming at so many different angles that he had George Kamboso so confused of when he was going to attack. And I was just surprised that Vasily Lomachenko could keep up that kind of rate. And but he looked like the old Loma. I mean, tell you the truth. What's going on, Santiago? He says Tank said he was never worried about Floyd threats. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's what he say, but he never did get in the ring with them. I think that would have been a powerful fight for Tank. I think he would have developed a lot quicker if he would have fought Lomachenko, and I think he would have fought Shakur Stevenson a lot earlier if he would have beat Vasily Lomachenko. I think he would have fought Shakur a lot earlier, because he would have had confidence. And Julian Robley says, he says, what's that, fellas? Morning. Hope everybody's good. Blessed day. You guys, manners and respect always. No doubt, my brother. Welcome here, man. He says, Johnny Allison says, Kamboso is low hanging fruit. He says the businessman, Shakur Stevenson, Kid Austin, Andy Cruz, and of course Frank and Tank all pose stiffer competition, and that's who everybody want to see up in the ring right now. Those are the top fighters at 135 right now. So that's what everybody wants to see. Those guys go at it. Nobody, what I'm saying. Of course, we want to see the young guns get in there, but of course, we want them to get the experience. They need to fight each other. You know what I'm saying? The Abdullah Masons and what's his name, Davis, and them guys. They need to get in the ring. He said Kambosos was drained yesterday. You say he was drained. I mean, that's his weight division. I mean, he's a little dude. That was his weight division, bro. I mean, I don't know how drained you can be. Maybe he's due for 140, but how much better? There's some killers up at 140. How well is he going to do up there? Wilton Henry. I don't know how well he's going to do at 140 because that's just worse. That's worse than 135 right now. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, King Judah? Long time no see, my brother. What's happening with you?
Man, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
Oh, nothing much. Did you see that debacle of a fight last night?
Man, look, I fell asleep, bro. I was up on my sleep schedule, bro. I be going to sleep now like at 11 o'clock, bro. I be like knocked the hell out. But I saw I rewatched it though. That was a good fight from what I seen. But I knew that though. I knew the way George Campbell was fighting, the way Lomachenko fighted, it was gonna be, they was gonna trade. You know what I'm saying? I knew we was gonna see some trading going on. We was gonna see some angles. Both of them gonna take some angles, and I knew it was gonna be good. But what I want to tell you is that from what I seen, man, Lomachenko looked good, bro.
Yeah, he didn't. He though. Didn't he though?
Yeah, he looked good.
And
I think
Go ahead.
now we always say, like, a loss don't always mean that you're gonna come back worse, bro. Sometimes people get better after losses when they, especially when they fight a high level fighter. And I like
Hmm.
I'm not saying Lomachenko wasn't good at first, but me personally, this is just me from what I seen. But that was probably the best Lomachenko I ever seen, bro. The way how aggressive he was, how sure about himself he was, his combination punches, he was setting Kambosos up, and he had intentions on hurting him. Like that's the best I seen Lomachenko.
Yeah, man. He looked like he was the man. He looked like he owned that ring. I mean, and he knew it early too, because George Kambosos came out with some courage in the first 2 or 3 rounds. Like you said, he was trying to trade, but he couldn't hurt. He couldn't hurt Lomachenko. Lomachenko, he withstood the little barrage. Kambosos was going to the body of Lomachenko, but he couldn't hurt Lomachenko. Then Lomachenko started moving on him, and he just looked totally, intimidated, man, by his speed. He was getting punched up by that jab, and that jab was just throwing him off. I mean, he would catch him in between shots, and it was like, oh my god, man, it's like move your head, dog, do something. His defense, George Kamboso's defense was just he wasn't as fast as we usually seen him, but like Wilton Henry said, he said he was drained, but you could kind of look at it, he just didn't seem like the old Energizer Bunny that he used to be. Like he used to be moving all over the place. Cambosos, right? He used to be moving all
Right.
over the place. And he last night, shit, he looked like his feet was stuck in quicksand. And I'm like, what's going on here?
I'm gonna tell
It's
you
like,
two things I noticed. Two things I noticed from watching Lomachenko that I feel like is law now. When you watch him, something that he gonna do consistently. From what I seen, Lomachenko, bro, that straight left hand to the body that he like to throw, that can hurt you. I
yeah,
done seen that consistently now, bro. I done seen him put people down multiple times going to their body. Like so, he legit he can legit hurt you to your body. And another thing I saw was that if he corner you, the same way he was doing Devin. Like if he corner you and he throw them combinations, you gonna get hit. I see that too. Like if he corner you and he got intentions on throwing combinations, you're not gonna avoid it. You're gonna get hit.
yeah, I agree, man. I mean, every time. I mean, and it's like even when he saw it coming, he couldn't do nothing about it. That's what was getting on my nerve. He saw the left coming. You know, Vasil Lomachenko would get his fool a feint, and then the left hand be cocked right back, and he go straight through. And I was like, wow, man, you finna lose this bad, man. When I saw that connecting, I was like, man, you're not making no adjustments, man. It's like everything he was trying to do, he was just trying to do in front of Lomachenko instead of moving himself and trying to maneuver, trying to box a little bit. Looked like boxing just went out the window. He was trying to brawl, is what George Kambosos was trying to do, and he was losing that too. Shit, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he looked good the first few times he did it, but it's like he ran out of creative ability, and it's like he kept coming the same way. And you can't do that to Lomachenko. Lomachenko, once he'll figure out real quick. You know what I'm saying? He's sizing you up. He's downloading the data, and he saw that this dude was just a sitting duck, to his speed, and he just increased the speed, feints. You know what I'm saying? It just stopped picking them apart. It was like from there, it was just a done deal. And like you said, man, Lomachenko is looking great right now. Who would you like to see Lomachenko face next?
Honestly, honestly, bro. Anybody, any one of them top dudes. Now, mind you, most people gonna be like, well, he coming off a loss, then he beat Cambosis, who came off a questionable win for a belt. But the truth is, he is a champion again, and we know he can fight. So I'm all about unification. I like unification. So you know what I'm saying? He need to go fight somebody else with a belt. That can be Tank. That can be Shakur got one, right? Yeah, that can be Shakur.
You got WBC.
Yeah,
Uh
that can
huh.
be Shakur. But I think Shakur tried to fight Loma, and Loma didn't want to fight him. But I think Loma at the point too, because mind you, Loma never cared about money at first. But I can understand an older fighter like Lomachenko right now. If Loma was like, "Look, bro, I'm trying to make me some money and win a belt." I can understand if he say that because he never said it before. He got the right to say that. Everybody else said it before they even earned the right to say some shit like that. So why Loma can't say now? I would rather fight for a belt and money. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
well, like Bob Aaron said, he said that right now, Shakur, I'm saying June 6th, he's gonna be fighting that Atram Halarala guy, right? Hallam,
right.
whatever his last name guy. And I think that's his last fight of his contract. So he's saying like he would possibly feed Lomachenko to Shakur. You know what I'm saying? If he was to re-sign, right? But that's a
Right.
big possibility. And now if he put it on a dotted line to where you know what I'm saying he'll give him Lomachenko. I think Stevenson's gonna sign regardless because he don't know anybody. I think he's comfortable at top rank, and I think he's gonna re-sign. I think Bob knows that. I think he knows that Shakur wants to re-sign with top rank, right? So
Right.
he's gonna put Lomachenko out there like a carrot on a stick. You know what I'm saying, for him to re-sign, just like he did with Crawford. You know what I'm saying he was going to get him that Earl Spence Jr. fight, and having them re-sign over there. You know what I'm saying. But the thing is, they got so many 135 pounders that's coming up. You know what I'm saying, that Stevenson, you know what I'm saying, I wonder if he's going to be able to stay there long to be able to face, you know what I'm saying, or will they even put him in the ring with a Keyshawn Davis, you know what I'm saying, or Abdullah Mason, because those guys are coming for the spot, you know what I'm saying, at 135, and they want belts too. So it's going to be real interesting to see what fights can be made. If Shakur, he better make his next move his best move. But to me, I think he needs to leave top rank, maybe go to match room. You know what I'm saying? So he can make get fights made with the Turk or something like that. Because we want to see the big fights. We want to see him in the name. We want to see Shakur and Keyshawn Davis. We want to see. I don't want them being part of the same camp if it's going to keep them from fighting. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
King
feel you.
Judah.
Yeah, I feel
Mm-hmm.
you, bro.
Uh-huh.
My theory is, I feel what you're saying about the whole Shakur thing and Loma, but I just
Yeah.
don't think. All right, two things. Lomachenko didn't want to fight Shakur at first when Shakur tried to fight him.
Right.
So I don't think Lomachenko. I don't think Lomachenko's scared of nobody. But I do feel like Lomachenko look at Shakur like, bro, you probably gonna beat me, and I'm probably not gonna make a lot of money for getting beat up.
Well, I don't think it's just that. I think Shakur's style. They see the athletic ability. It's hard to reach Shakur. You know what I'm saying? So fighters are looking at. He's not going to just come in there and engage with you. So a lot of fighters don't want to fight that kind of style. I don't think it's as much as fear as much as his skill set that people are looking at. They don't think they're going to have a chance to beat Shakur because he's a defensive fighter. Um, it's nobody wants to go against that. A lot of fighters have turned down the fight against Shakur, and I don't think it's because they're scared of him. It's just what I was talking about, man. It's like, who wants to fight a dude that's just going to jump back and you got to catch him, and he gonna catch you when you come forward. He's got the reflexes to outbox you, and that's a difficult thing to face, especially with Loma. You know what I'm saying? Loma, he's going to outdo Loma when it comes to that kind of stuff. I could see him just, I think Loma would probably get 3 rounds, 4 rounds on Shakur at this point in his career. Earlier, I think it would have been a greater fight, but Shakur's skill level wasn't up there yet, you know what I'm saying, to be able to fight a Lomachenko. But right now, it's lopsided. You know what I'm saying? Loma's 36. I think he'll give Shakur some good work, but I don't think it'll be a decent fight.
But
I don't think.
oh, my
Go
bad,
ahead.
my bad. No, what I was about to say is, I know Lomachenko old, right? But I'm one of them people, bro. I see stuff that other people don't pay attention to. It's true
Uh-huh.
enough that he's older, but I do think at this age, the way Lomachenko fight, bro, I think Lomachenko more dangerous now than he ever been. But you remember Lomachenko used to take rounds off early. You remember how T.O. beat him, where Lomachenko would come in, download you, but he trying to do crazy shit, then he'll start fighting at the end. Old Lomachenko don't think like that. Old Lomachenko will knock your ass out in the first round if he can.
Well, that you wait. We see now that against George Kambosos. See, when Lomachenko faced somebody with some power, you know what I'm saying? We saw when he fought T.O. and stuff, he came on at the end, right? When he fought Devin, he came on at the end. That's the old Lomachenko, right? You know what I'm saying? See, now against Stevenson, he might do this. He might do what you're saying against Stevenson because Stevenson don't have no power like that. You know what I'm saying? But speed intimidates. You know what I'm saying? If you get enough counters, speeds and you don't see them shits when you get hit, you know what I'm saying? And he probably have a little bit of pop because the punch that you don't see really hurts you. And I think Stevenson got enough of that to keep Vasil Lomachenko from coming in there and doing the matrix shit on him. So that step over shit ain't gonna work with no Shakur. For number one, he's gonna have to get to Shakur and some people like that who got that kind of athletic ability. So I don't see him being able to step off on Shakur like that. I don't think nobody can step in on Shakur like that. Unless you like a Tank who got the power and the speed, you're gonna need a combination like that to get to Shakur. Vasil, you know what I'm saying? He's very slick. Like your boy Eris Landalori, you know what I'm saying, who's sitting down on his punches now and knocking motherfuckers out because that's all he got right now. And his skills and his timing and his his mindset of experience. So that's what Lomachenko is gonna have. If he fights Shakur, that's what he's gonna have. He's gonna have to outsmart Shakur. He's not going to be able to deal with all the, especially throughout 12 rounds. Shakur is a 12-round fighter. So, and Shakur is going to make Vasil expend a lot of energy. As a 36-year-old man, given his experience and being able to sit down on his power, he's not going to be able to land that power to debilitate Shakur through the later rounds. You know what I'm saying? So I just see you got to be able to catch Shakur to do some damage to him. And I don't see Vasil, even an old Vasil, I don't see him being able. If he couldn't get Devin out of there, he damn sure ain't gonna get no Shakur out of there just because he's a defensive fighter. Though.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I agree with everything you're saying. I don't think that they gonna fight next, bro. My thing.
Me neither. I don't think so either. Mm-hmm.
Like Shakur not going to put more eyes on Lomachenko, and he's not going to put more money in Lomachenko's pocket. I think the next step for Lomachenko and Bob Arum, they're going to look to try to get Tank Davis after this Frank Martin fight, especially if he wins. Well, I think win or lose, now Lomachenko. Now, mind you, Lomachenko like belts. He truly do like belts, and he want to be undisputed. He might go after Frank if Frank win, but I do believe that if Tank win, Bob Arum.
You kind of snapped off there for a second.
Oh no, I was just saying that I think that if Tank Davis win this fight against Frank Martin, I think Bob Arum and Lomachenko is going to try to go after Tank Davis next.
Yeah. Well, all roads lead to Gervonta Tank Davis. He is the man. He's the face of boxing, really, the true face of boxing. Not Canelo. He's the true face of boxing. He's the money man. He's the man where all the money is going to be generated, and everybody want to come for Tank, and he's feeling himself too. I mean, did you see that interview on Gilly podcast where him and Frank Martin was talking shit? Did you see that, King Judah?
No, I didn't keep. I saw. I know that they was on there. I know for a fact. Now Frank Martin said something that made a lot of sense. He said, "Bro." He said, I got Tank acting different than he ever acted with anybody else. Tank talking most shit, but Frank said that's nervous energy. I don't say it's nervous energy, but I do know that Tank Davis know that Frank Martin is different than everybody here before. Tank Davis realized that Frank Martin is a different animal.
Mm-hmm. But on that podcast, have you ever seen Tank so animated? Saying you ain't that guy. You from the suburbs. Saying you ain't that guy. He was just kind of going in. I was like, what's going on with us? He said, someone said, he's not going to beat me. You think he could beat me? And right. I was just like, wow. I mean, he was like really selling the fight. I've never seen Tank with this kind of attitude. Look like when we go against each other, we bring out, more motivation or something. You don't have that, I hate to say it like that, because you don't have that energy against Lomachenko. He had that energy against Shakur, against Devin. You know what I'm saying? But he don't have that same energy against anybody else. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's a bad motherfucker, but maybe he's just selling the fight. I don't know. I just never seen Tank kind of riled up. And, Frank Martin is a humble dude. You know what I'm saying? He's not a dude that just, come out there. I mean, he did say that he hurt Tank in sparring, which kind of probably pissed Tank off. You know what I'm saying? Right. But I never seen him, be so, saying like he a beast or something. Like, then he's got this whole shit going on with Carissa Shields calling her damn French bulldog.
He called her Joanna man too.
Yeah, call her Joanna man. I was just like, I mean, are you that sensitive, man? Do not argue with these women because they can go low. She called him a woman beater. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, bro, like stay in your lane, bro. Get out of these little conflicts and stuff. This Twitter war and social media war. I mean, you're a bad dude, man. Say protect your image. And be the man that you are. What is with this baby hair shit that he got on here? Oh my God, bro. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just from an older generation. I don't like pussy punk ass shit.
What,
And I'm just,
I wanted to say
mhm.
this about that. Like I said, you know me, I'm gonna keep it. I try to keep it real as I can. What he doing, like the animation you see coming out, because Frank Martin said it, but he said, "But look how I got him acting. He don't never act like this." I think it's not nervous. I'm not saying Tank Davis nervous or scared, but again, he respect Frank Martin, and you can see the respect coming out because his whole energy changed now that he's fighting Frank Martin. His energy is changing, but it's not fear to me. It's just that you acknowledging that you're going up against something serious.
Mm-mm. I mean, Frank Martin might bring the best out of Tank. You know what I'm saying? When you fight somebody you feel like is on your level, and from what I'm hearing, Tank is like really training, like what I'm saying, like he's extra, what I'm saying, motivated in the gym, and what I'm saying, maybe he's feeling himself a little bit, and what I'm saying, he's entering his prime, where he's entered his prime, and they're around about the same age. Frank got power. He don't have the same power of Tank Davis, but he definitely got powers and he got skills. So saying, maybe Tank feel like this dude is putting doubt in the minds of his fans, and he don't like that shit. What I'm saying, he want to go out there and make a statement, and he want to go out there and show that Frank Martin ain't shit compared to him, and he want people to know it, and now he's just being vocal about it. That's what I'm kind of like feeling, what I'm saying, about it, because it's almost like they got the same fan base, really, if you really think about it. So he must be hearing the echoes on Twitter and the echoes from the fans. Thinking that because Frank is starting to get a good lot of support out of boxing fans. They see him as an athletic fighter. They see him being coached by Derek James, who's a hell of a damn coach. And I think it's a little fear. I think there's a little fear put into the hearts of the hardcore Tank Davis fans, right? They seeing this guy as a threat, and now what I'm saying, it's a possibility that we might see Tank get knocked down in the ring once or twice. Somebody who can like really put some power on him, or we might see Tank Davis just rise to another level. What I'm saying, and that's usually what happens when the great ones get in there. King Judah. It's like when we have like a really great fighter, they're able to go to another level, no matter what it is. They're able to overcome it. And Tank, he's got that kind of boxing mind where he's able to dig deep, and he's very creative. So we might see Tank go to another level in this fight, or we might see his mental just crumble, and he gives in to what Frank Martin bring to the ring. So that's what makes it so damn interesting for me. To see if
I,
go
I,
ahead.
I, I got Frank winning. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest with you. I got Frank winning. I just think that's just me. I got him winning this fight. But again, this is gonna be a good fight, bro. I got him winning, but still, like this is a good fight. Everybody know Tank can win. You know what I'm saying? So, like
Yeah,
this gonna be an entertaining ass fight. Like this gonna be probably one of the most entertaining fights of the year, if not the most entertaining fight. And they might not call it the fight of the year, but I'm predicting that the skill set that these two dudes bringing, by them being close in size, they both short, compact, fast, powerful dudes with high skill. Like this shit gonna be entertaining. It's gonna be a good fight, bro.
yeah, but what you said too before is kind of like when you ain't got nothing to lose, and I don't think Vasilily Lomachenko is looking at the belts as something to hold on to. I think he wants that shot with Tank Davis. I think that's going to be his signature win if he wants. What I'm saying, that'll be a signature win for him. I think that's what he wants, and I think he'll retire if he beats Tank, or if he beats Shakur. I think he'll retire after that. So I think he got one push. What I'm saying, one more push, and if he gets in the ring against a Tank, I think we'll see the best of Vasil Lomachenko we ever seen. If win or lose, I think he wants that challenge. I think he wants Tank. I think he wants Shakur to show, what I'm saying, that he is a great champion, and he would be. I mean, I would have to give it up to him. Definitely have to give him up to him. Come on, Williams Cepeda in the mix, man. Get out of here. It was William Cepeda. Oh, he said, I think Loma should fight Navarrete next. I thought Shakur was on the line. I guess they didn't. They Navarrete be escaping a lot of damn big fights. They let him escape a lot of fucking big fights. Let him move up weight divisions and shit before he could really get in there with somebody. Um, Eric Ross says it's difficult for Shakur to leave top rank because he isn't a pay-per-view star. Say he can't see and has done little to build a following. Say he's thought he he thought renouncing his nationality for Puerto Rico would help. Shit, that's the shit that's gonna help you. You know, Puerto Ricans are known. You know, he's not a traditional Puerto Rican fighter. Let's just put that out there because you know he's not willing to engage like a Cotto. He's not willing to engage like a Trinidad. He's not one of these kind of guys with power. You know, he's a boxer. He's a pure boxer. I mean, I don't know too many pure Puerto Rican boxers like that. You know, saying that just use that defensive style like that. And so Puerto Rico is known for banging and going out there. You know, saying and going mano mano. You know, saying while mixing it up with boxing. You know, so Shakur, if he put a little offense, you know, put a little bit more emphasis on his aggression, on his engagement, I think he'll meet that Puerto Rican, you know, saying that Puerto Rican spectrum, you know, saying that we're looking for. And I don't see him as a Puerto Rican boxer, you know, so I see him as a black fighter, and you know, what I'm saying so, but he carries himself in such a pussy punk ass way, you know, it's just kind of like, bro, you know, you got to stay off the Twitter. All these fighters, you know what I'm saying? Not all of them, but you know, the ones that be on Twitter all the time, getting into these little stupid ass beefs. Um, you know, I want to keep the manly masculinity side, you know what I'm saying? So you can, you know, be proud of them and stuff. You know, all this little backbiting shit they do, they don't need that, you know. But I'm old school though. That's just me. Eric R says, wait a minute. Kagan says, he says Loma would do better against Tank than Shakur. Yeah, probably, because Shakur ain't gonna let him in. You know, Shakur ain't gonna let you nowhere near him. Eric R says he has skills, but like Devin, I don't think he's dynamic enough in the ring to transcend multiple weight classes. Yep, yep, yep. That's true. But the problem with Devin is he growing so damn fast. He ain't gonna be able to fight in those weight divisions above 140 or 147 in itself or 154. He's not gonna be able to do well in those damn divisions. You know what I'm saying? Unless something change. You know what I'm saying? Unless he, you know, work on that power or work on his defense. He says the Kegi says, yeah. He says Shakur's right now it just isn't a superstar material. He said I like the sweet signs, but you know, says Shakur's style of boxing is too sweet for even my taste. Yeah, but you know, you want to see these fighters mix it up. You know what I'm saying? Fight in the pocket sometimes. Sit down on your punches, you know what I'm saying? Let it go. Take some risk. You know what I'm saying? You got to know the balance. That's why you're in the gym every day. You're bragging, you're fighting against you're practicing against Terrence Crawford. So you some of that offense should rub off on you. You know what I'm saying? So you got long arms. You know what I'm saying? You need to engage in the pocket, especially when you're fighting a heavy puncher like he did with Edwin De Santos. That was his signature fight. He should have dominated that fight. You know what I'm saying? He should have stood in that pocket a little bit and you know what I'm saying, did his thing. But he kind of jacked that all up. GTD said GTD Javante Tank Davis can't ask for even coming close to asking for 150, 200 million pool. He says Canelo can ask for probably get it. He said, I know you don't want to hear this pool, but it's true. No, I mean I'm not even talking about that much money though. You know, whatever money that like Frank Martin was saying in the interview, he said, you know, he didn't fight Shakur because the money wasn't right. I think they offered him 200,000, and even though that's more money he's ever made, you know what I'm saying, at the same time he want to make more money, and that's on him. You know what I'm saying? If you want to make some more money, I'm not going to hold it against him. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to fight Shakur, because Shakur really is not a superstar. He's not really bringing that. Tank is a superstar. If Tank offer you $5, you know, to fight against him, the cachet, if you beat him, the cachet you're going to get from that means your next fight is going to be millions, right? So, you know, it depends on who you are. Shakur just brings an ass whipping, a boxing lesson, and he ain't that dude. So why would you go in there and risk, you know, saying you know, a fight for 200,000 when that you can milk that, you can build yourself up and then fight that fight for millions, you know what I'm saying, in the next two fights. And that's what's going to happen because there's only a few guys at the top of the 135 division. So you know it's going to come back round. And so using your brain, you know that fight, if you just milk it a little bit, that it's you build yourself up, go out here, beat Tank Davis, and then come back to Shakur. Look where the money's going to be. It's only a few guys down there. So, you know, that fight is going to come back round. It's going to come back round. Even if he lose, Shakur is going to want to fight that guy. And depending on how he look in the fight against Tank too. Wilton Henry, how you doing, bro? He says Tank acting different because Devin lost. He says now he can poke his chest at you, man. I like this. I like this guy, man. He on point. You already know what it is. You look through the bullshit and you see what it is. You know. What do you think about Tank calling Shakur's Carissa Shields Joanna man? What do you think about that?
I mean, he always,
Uh
he always had something against Clarissa because Clarissa, she be telling him about herself. She was the first person to start telling Tank about herself. When the whole
oh,
world was
okay.
scared to criticize Tank, Clarissa, she don't, Clarissa don't, she'll criticize you. She don't care who you is. She'll criticize
Oh
you.
yeah, yeah.
But
She will. Sometimes she be way the fuck off, but yeah, she will.
yeah, yeah. So Tank didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? And she had been pointing out before everybody else started pointing out. Clarissa been pointing out that you a superstar, but you apprehensive about fighting other superstars. Clarissa was one of the first major athletes that was vocalizing it. Like Tank Davis, why you ain't fighting the other dudes in your weight class? She been saying this for years. So they
Yeah,
always had this love hate relationship. Like they all, at first they was cordial, but Tank didn't like the fact that Clarissa would say that. And with Clarissa's personality, she don't like the fact that Tank wasn't fighting the top dude. Because one thing about Clarissa's personality, she respect you for taking the big fight. If you don't take the big fight, she can't. She not gonna fuck with you 100%. You know what I'm saying? You
uh-huh.
can tell like she got that kind of mentality. Like she can like you, but she not gonna respect you 100% if she think you scared to fight somebody.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, But like women, see, women they think like their level is the same as our level. You know what I'm saying? A woman would set your ass up to fight somebody the size of the rock. You know what I'm saying? And thinking you shouldn't be afraid because you're a man. You know what I'm saying? That you fighting a dude 3 times your size and shit. Women they don't understand the significance of the shit. They don't understand the strength of what I'm saying different dudes and stuff. So to them, you should be fighting Godzilla. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand like shit, your
Right.
skill level may not be there yet. You know what I'm saying? A woman will set your ass up. You're like, why you ain't punched that guy? Why you ain't protecting my honor? You're like, look at that motherfucking dude. That dude is like 6'8". Like, nigga, yeah, you get in there and fight shit for your honor. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? So she don't understand that just because she won, all these belts at her weight class, the skill level is different on the male side. So, I think women are delusional. Carissa Shields delusional when it comes to the skill set on the male side. So yeah, you can have 100 belts over there. That shit don't equal 3 belts over on the man side. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way I feel about it. I think she's a bad motherfucker. I think she's a quote. I think she's the baddest female fighter. Um, you know what I'm saying? For maybe all time, but it don't equivalate. You know what I'm saying? What the guys are facing over here. This is Terrence. This is Tank Davis' biggest fight, man. You know what I'm saying, with Frank Martin and Carissa. I think her biggest fight was against Marshall. You know what I'm saying? I think that was her biggest fight against Savannah Marshall. I think so. And what I'm saying, it's still not equivalent. You know what I'm saying? Because Frank Martin he hits hard. I mean, he can knock your ass out. You know what I'm saying? Could Savannah Marshall do that? Hell no, she can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So you got two boxers. She's a better boxer than Savannah Marshall. Her skill level and skill set is way above all these other guys. She's an Olympian. You know what I'm saying? So she's way above those guys. So she's gonna get all kind of accolades. But on the male side, you got so many great athletes. There are athletes in the gym right now that could whip your ass. You know what I'm saying? On any given day on the male side. If they had a great day and you know what I'm saying, and it's like everything's just the whole universe just come under that dude, he could come in there and combinate your ass up and beat you. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens on the male side. So she don't understand that, but so she could talk shit because she's so accomplished. But she need to leave Tank alone. Tank need to leave her alone. I think we need to get back to being professional. You know what I'm saying? People, this whole drama shit that's going on, you know what I'm saying? It's a distraction. Get back to the craft. Get back to bettering yourself. But from what I'm understanding, that Tank is taking this fight so fucking serious. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see where Loma is going to be able to compete. You know what I'm saying? In this, I mean, he's a bad boy, but these guys are entering their primes now. Their confidence is up, and Vasilily Lomachenko ain't going to be able to intimidate these boys. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to be able to get in there and do that matrix shit. Nobody ain't thinking about that because these boys they've reached another level. Um, Frank Martin, you know what I'm saying? He's trying to enter, you know what I'm saying? He's entering his prime. And you know what I'm saying? He's trying to reach that next level. That's why this fight is going to be so good. I just don't know where Lomachenko's going to fit in at, you know what I'm saying, being 36 years old. This should have happened 5 years ago for Lomachenko. This should have
Well,
happened 5 years ago for Lomachenko.
Well, let me
Go
say
ahead.
this. Let me say this. For I agree or disagree. Like okay, this is what I think. From when I seen when Lomachenko was fighting, all his fights put together. Plus, that last one I seen, I told you because I think at this age and what he done been through, because Lomachenko done already lost fights that he probably was supposed to win because he was taking it too slow. And I think
Uh-huh.
he learned it. That's why I say I think Lomachenko is more dangerous now than he's ever been. And I don't know. I know you might agree because I noticed this the older I get, right? And you older than me. But when I was young, of course, I was more physically stronger. I was faster, right? But
Right.
the older I get, my mentality is more deadly. Because right now, if I get into a
You saying
confrontation
he's
with a dude,
smarter. You saying he's smarter now.
yeah, he's smart. And he more. Well, I think the older a man get, like especially around 30, between 36 and 45, physically, when it comes to a physical confrontation, those are the most dangerous men because at that age, you process when you get into a physical altercation, you process on ending that fight as fast as you can by any means necessary. See, it's different when you fighting an 18-year-old. He want to style on you. He trying to embarrass you. He want to hit you a lot of times. But a man 35 years old, that nigga trying to hit you where it hurt. He trying to cause maximum damage as fast as he can. As soon as you engage with a 35-year-old man, he done already thought about how to incapacitate you within 3 punches. He think about when I'm gonna hit you, what I'm gonna do if that don't work, and if all this fails, he thinking about choking you out until you dead. That's how a 35-year-old man thinks. I think Lomachenko is more dangerous now than he ever been because his mindset is more focused on hurting you as fast as I can. So with that
Mm.
being said, I think another problem he'll give Tank is that his head, like Lomachenko, never have his head on the center line. His head is constantly moving off the center line. And Tank waits, he times you and waits to catch you. And I think that's not gonna be easy with Lomachenko because of the way the Lomachenko fight. He always moving, he always taking angles, and when he ever is in front of you, his head is always moving. And another difference is that Tank do go for him and miss. Lomachenko, just like Tank Davis, is preparing for you to miss, and he got a counter for you. The difference is Lomachenko don't just counter with one big punch; he is gonna counter in a combination.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
do think he can give Tank problems, even at his age.
Well, like you said, don't be running up on them old men and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't got shit to lose. So what I'm saying, don't run
Yeah,
up
I
on
find
nobody.
myself
But
doing it. I'm 35, but I find because my whole life, bro, I always been a fighter. So I always thought about what I'm gonna do, different things I do if I had to get in a conversation. But the older I get, I realize, bro, my mentality is way more aggressive as far as me hurting somebody. Because I don't think about looking good in this fight. I think about hurting you as fast as I can.
mm-mm. God damn it, I ain't got but two punches and shit at this age and shit. So don't run
Right.
up on me.
Look,
Goddamn.
my
I'm like,
stamina ain't the
I'm
same.
like,
I gotta get you
I'm
out of
like,
here.
I'm like motherfucker. Landis, Lori, what's his name? Eris Landis shit. I'm putting all my power in them two punches and shit. Goddamn it. Eric R says, if anyone has nervous energy, it's Frank Martin. Says Tank has been in his head since it started. He says Frank needs someone to pull him and school him a little on how to react when they face off. I just think that's I mean, you could be right, Eric R. It's just that Frank ain't never been on this stage. I think it's the big stage thing that's getting him because he never had this kind of publicity. He's fighting against a superstar. You know what I'm saying? So now all eyes are on them. All eyes are on Frank Martin, right? So he's in the limelight now against a top dude that everybody knows got punching power. He expected to dog walk him, right? So now he's got to go out there and kind of figure out how to act. You know what I'm saying? Like, whether I just be my old boring self, how am I going to sell the fight without people looking at me saying that, saying I'm being a dickhead or something? So I see Frank, he kind of trying to be himself. He's trying to kind of sell the fight a little bit. And he just don't know. He never been on this stage before. Before, he just been able to, just be himself against Mike Riviera. Went out there. The expectations in this fight for Frank Martin is astronomical. You know what I'm saying? Because he got a big mountain to climb and he got to bring the right equipment, to climb that mountain. And he got fans looking at him. Now this fight is starting to gain attention. So is the tension and the pressure on Frank Martin to perform well. And that's I believe that probably is going to be his downfall. Even though I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for Frank Martin. I want this to be a classic fight. Can he overcome that big stage pressure? Like Floyd Mayweather used to say. He said, shit, saying you could do all kind of shit in practice and sparring. You could knock out 4 or 5 people in sparring, but when you get up under them lights, that's when he performs. That's when he takes over, and that's what Frank Martin got to have, that kind of mentality. Saying, where fuck practice, fuck sparring. Go out there. You got to get your mentality right to where you facing one of the biggest punches. Saying, one of the smartest, most clever, most slickest, saying, counter punches, saying, at 135. So he understands that. He said that you got to be present. You got to be on when you fight a Tank Davis, because Tank Davis is always thinking how he can land his punches, and you got to have your defense together. And I think Frank Martin understands the moment, but can he raise his skill level? Saying, and perform and think his way through. I've seen Frank Martin confused in fights. I've seen him. Hopefully he got to get that out of his shit, because he started late. Tank was trolling him, talking about how old he was when he started, and he was saying he's trash, and really trying to psychologically psych out Frank Martin. Just kind of he turned his back on that nigga, saying, you ain't that nigga, you ain't that. I was like, man, Tank is like really on another level. He's really going to fight this fight. And I think we're going to see something special. I think we got a classic on our hands. And I think everybody need to like really watch the build up. I think this is going to be something special. Some shit we're going to be talking about for years. Eric R says, oh yeah, I read that. The Kegi says, I'm supporting Frank against Tank, even though he's likely to lose. That same here. Same here. I like underdogs, King Judah. I like underdogs. I don't like, I do like when guys dominate, what I'm saying? But I do like to see them challenged. I like to see them challenge. I do like to see champions pull it out. You know what I'm saying? But I never seen Tank really face adversity except for the broken hand. But I knew he was light years above Pitbull. Pitbull was just a little too small for Tank. I knew Tank had boxing ability. So I wasn't impressed by that. I knew he could do that. But against a Frank Martin, you know what I'm saying? Both of them, you know what I'm saying, in top form, both of them same age. This is a amazing fight. So I want to see what Tank could do against somebody as athletic as Frank Martin, somebody who can move in the ring, somebody who got feet, somebody who got angles and shit like that, somebody who can got power. That's something you rarely see in boxing nowadays. So that's what makes this shit so exciting, man. What's going on, Ramen and Caroline Jones? What's happening? He says Tank most likely to stop Frank in the later rounds. You know what I'm saying? And it's possibility, or he could get him in the damn first round. It just depends what Tank sees, what data that he downloads, what punch do we see? Because we do know that Tank can get your ass up out of there. You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth. Johnny Allison said, oh, wait a minute. Eric R says, I don't know, says I haven't seen Frank fighting southpaws. He's similar to his mentor and manager Arrow. So we'll see. You know what I'm saying? So, there's a lot of doubt. There's a lot of doubt going on. There's a lot of doubt going on in there, saying, about Frank. You know what I'm saying? And that's the question mark. You know what I'm saying? How good is Frank Martin? How good is he? You know what I'm saying? I think this fight is going to tell a tale. This is his signature fight. And I think this is his big legacy fight to step up into the big time, to become a superstar. He beat Tank. What you think gonna happen if Frank Martin beats Tank, King Judah? What's gonna happen? King Judah, you done?
Yeah. If Frank win, I think Tank Davis gonna want a rematch. I don't know if they got a clause already. I don't know if they got a clause already, but I think he's gonna want his rematch. And
what you think gonna happen to Frank's career though if he beats?
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is, I think the same thing gonna happen with how I want to say this. They gonna do the same thing that happened when Kamboso beat Teofimo Lopez. They not gonna give Frank Martin credit. Most people gonna say he got lucky and Tank was off. Tank was off that night. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna at least say that. They're gonna at least say that pull until Tank Davis get his rematch. They gonna give Tank Davis that benefit of the doubt, bro. I'm telling you, they gonna say he was off that night. Frank Martin got lucky. Frank Martin never fight nobody. They gonna treat him like Kambosos. They gonna do that, especially the major Tank fan base. They gonna do that at least until Tank Davis can get his rematch.
Hey man, that victory walk gonna be hell though, because he would shock the world. He would shock the world. That victory walk gonna be a motherfucker, and he gonna take a lot, like you say, he's gonna take a lot of criticism from Tank Davis fans, but they're gonna have to give him credit for beating Tank Davis. But nobody can seem to imagine if the fact that Frank Martin has a chance to go in here and beat Tank. People can't even imagine that shit, man. It's like, man, have y'all seen Frank Martin? He's a bad boy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the boy got skills, man. He says, Ramon and Carolyn Jones says, Frank has too much of a history of having to be forced to turn it up. Yep, that's exactly what I was trying to get to. He said that will kill you against Tank. Yep, exactly. He says you got to pressure Tank at all times. I don't know about all times. You got to be smart. You got to pick your spots. You know, to keep on. You got to apply smart pressure.
No, I wouldn't.
To Tank.
No, I disagree with that, bro. I think pressuring Tank Davis is the last thing you do. Like pressuring Tank Davis will always get you knocked out. Because first of all, most people are not shorter than Tank Davis.
But I'm talking about smart pressure. I'm not talking about like just aggression. I'm talking about smart pressure because at some point you got to see when Tank fall back and he's trapped. He lays that trap for you. You know what I'm saying? And you got to be, like he said, you got to be present to know when he's setting the trap. So you got to see how he's moving. And he always does a certain move when he's trying to set you up. You know what I'm saying? And you just got to be in the fight. You got to think the fight with Tank Davis. You can't just be moving on instinct. You know what I'm saying? Because that moving on instinct could get you with Rolly. What happened to Rolly? Rolly thought he had Tank fucked up, you know what I'm saying, by going forward, being aggressive. And look, he left himself wide open and shit and got countered and went into the goddamn ropes all tangled up, looking all wobbly and all. I mean, he just crashed ugly. So that could happen to Frank if the moment overwhelms him and he get lost in thought and Tank pick up on that shit, he'll be up out of there, man.
Yeah, but I agree with that too. But like I say, me personally, if I was training somebody to fight Tank Davis, or if I was fighting Tank Davis myself, pressuring him coming forward to me is not a good game plan overall. I think the best way to beat Tank, the game plan should to make him turn him into the aggressor. Somebody like Shakur Stevenson will have a lot of success on Tank because from round 1 to round 12, he gonna make sure that Tank Davis is the aggressor coming forward, and that's how you beat Tank Davis.
Like Ryan did against Devin, right?
Yeah, like Ryan got in Devin head. I don't know what the fuck was going on. Ryan got in Devin head because I told you in the build-up, they kept saying, Bill talking about, yeah, meet us in the ring. We gonna stand toe-to-toe. And me personally, I'm laughing because, I'm like, yeah, Devin them getting in Ryan head, making them think they gonna do this, but they really gonna box. But you could just imagine my shot when I saw Devin Haney actually do what Bill told him to do and try to stand in the ring and trade with Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia baited Devin Haney into coming after him. And that was the dumbest thing ever. But I heard even, Blue Blood know Devin. And he even said it. He said, yeah, but he said Devin got out of his character. But Devin got out of his character. Ryan got in his head. And Devin did not fight like Devin Haney.
Of course he didn't. We all saw that. But I didn't, for the life of me, I never thought that fighting in the center of the ring shit was going to work with Devin. I thought Devin was going to be smarter than that. And, it comes out that your boy was on them PEDs. So I was wondering why he was doing all this extra shit and, trying to, create a distraction, trying to give a fake facade of where his mind was while he was planning and plotting, to destroy this man, straight up, Devin fell into the trap, and it's all about experience, Devin corner is kind of weak, it kind of exposed his corner. His corner is kind of weak, man. He needs some strategists over there. People, that could see through these kind of things, like, hey, man, you got to be careful. This dude here is on some bullshit, because look at that dude, Nick. He's just extra jacked, and Devin they fell for a hook, line, and sinker. Went out there, he got what he got, So I feel bad. I think Ryan should be suspended. From boxing. I really do, because anybody who takes these PEDs then go out there and brag that he whipped your ass, and he could have killed that man. The way he was throwing shots and shit, he could have killed Devin, man. Probably ended this man's career, because, Cotto, when he got fucked up by Margarito, he was never the same. He was still good, but he was never that same Cotto that we knew. He wasn't as confident. Oh, he was confident, but he didn't have the same plateau. He didn't have the same kind of the same kind of energy that he had before when Margarito got to him. And I think that when fighters take a beating like that, psychologically, it takes a toll on them. We saw it with Roy Jones Jr. We saw it with a lot of great fighters that had that zero, and then they had to let it go. So, You know what I'm saying? I think we need to get that shit up out of boxing, man. That shit is like really, it's really fucking boxing up, fucking up people's careers, changing the trajectory of their careers. And Ryan need to be punished for that shit, man. He's bragging right now. I don't like that kind of shit.
Yeah, but
Bragging and mhm.
it's crazy. You know, if you look back at that fight, bro, every round that Devin didn't get hurt in, he won. So he can out. It's clear that he can outbox Ryan Garcia. It's just sad that you didn't do that. I mean, he did that in the beginning of the fight. It's just crazy that you didn't. That wasn't your game plan from jump, bro. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. The whole night was bizarre. Like I'm never gonna forget the night I watched that fight. Nothing about that fight made sense to me. Then even after the fact, then finding out that Ryan Garcia was on steroids. On top of that, that whole fight was bizarre. That shit was bizarre, like some type of like Twilight Zone shit.
Well, what I don't understand is the support that Ryan Garcia is getting. You know, say even though they know the man tested positive, and that's what's like really fucking with me. You know, saying I mean, if he would have won, I like, yeah, okay, man, you beat his ass, right? But to find out that he tested positive, people still, they still rooting for Ryan,
Well, that's why.
and
If I was
that's
gonna
what.
tell if I was a famous boxer, right, and I know how
Mhm.
hard people is on PEDs and how much respect you lose when you get caught on drugs. If I was gonna juice to fight any fight in the world, I would juice to fight Devin Haney because the world hate him so much that I'm gonna get a pass for it. Ryan Garcia
Yeah,
knew exactly what he was doing.
that is kind of I didn't, but you know what? I mean, it's weird how oblivious I was to the hate that people had for Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't, say I didn't think he was a big enough name for folks to hate on him like that. You know what I'm saying? But more and more I see this. I'm like, man, people really didn't like them damn Haneys, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's all about the competition between him and Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson. I think that they got the same fan base, but the fan bases are fighting because they want to see them guys go at it. And so, they don't like the perception that Devin could outbox Tank Davis. And I think at this point, nobody believes that shit. You know what I'm saying? They think that, Devin will probably get knocked out, especially at 140, because Devin, he really strained that to get down to 140. And so, I don't know. I don't know if that fight will ever happen, but shit, it done passed now. Now Devin done took him a loss. Now his cachet done kind of went down a little bit. So even though they know that Ryan, saying was positive, it's still he got beat in the ring before the eyes of the world. And they looking at Devin like he's too weak right now. I wish that wouldn't happen, but so they got to fight again. He's got to accept. I think Ryan offered him a rematch. If he comes back clean, I think Devin needs to take that fight. He got to take that fight. He can't take an ass whipping like that. You know what I'm saying? And then just let this man go off to the sunset. He got to grab that man and get his ass back in the ring and show him that he could beat him. You do, don't you think? Don't you think?
No, I mean, of course. I mean, that's me all day, bro. But one thing I do know. Okay, yeah, I do believe he do need to fight Ryan again, but it's two things
He
about
got
this.
to.
I'm gonna take, but it's two things about what fight Ryan Garcia come with, and I think Devin's seen it. Fighting Ryan Garcia with his popularity, the support he get, and Devin Haney being hated so much, Ryan Garcia never have to follow the rules before you fight Devin. Like Ryan Garcia would miss weight again and come in big again. Even if he not juicing, that nigga would definitely come in the ring big on Devin Haney again. Devin
He
Haney
can't
knows like
make.
Ryan Garcia, he not gonna follow no rules. He don't have to.
He can't make 140. He haven't had a fight yet where he made it at 140. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
See, what Devin needs to do is fight him again, but don't put your belt on the line. You come in big too. Y'all fight at a catch weight over 140. Fight him
well, this
in.
is
Fight him when you can come in big.
well, this is one of them kind of fights where fuck the belts. This is all about, reputation. This is all about, getting your reputation back, bro. I mean, the way he broke Dev down, Dev got to come in back there. He got to get some respect on his name.
But the thing I'm gonna take before, like one thing you don't know, but I always know was, especially with my favorite fighters, Devin Haney never gonna get his respect. Even if Devin Haney coming in and beat Ryan Garcia up and knock him out, nobody gonna talk about Devin coming back and avenging his loss. They gonna always talk about the ass whooping he took. This what
But
happened when you Devin Haney.
But regardless of that, King, you still got to get that man. You got to get that win back, bro. You got to let all this shit. He coming on the interview talking about, I don't think I want a rematch. I see his character, and I'm like, bro, if you don't shut that soft ass shit up, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing that really disappointed me Cause I was like, bro, no matter what, you always want that get back. You know what I'm saying? Don't be talking about I see his character, I see he's willing to do anything in the ring. Like, bro, fuck that. Even if he's on steroids again, get in there. You get on some shit. You on the snack program. Shit, tell goddamn
But that's
Victor
the thing about
Conte.
it. It's not the snack. It's not the snack that's getting the
No, but
steroid.
listen,
They need to
listen.
be looking for. They need to be looking for Eddie Reynoso. Whoever Eddie Reynoso dealing with, that they the proven drug cheats because this whole camp pop dirty.
Well, tell Victor to give me that good shit. Give me that shit, Barry Bonds had or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Terrence Crawford, whatever they had. Give me that shit, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? And get in there and deal with Ryan. Because that's the only way you're going to get your respect back is by fighting and beating Ryan Garcia. Then I see his trajectory back on the same path. Jason Farrell says Tank over everybody. He says the difference is that Tank do not have respect for all his opponents. He says, in my opinion, we haven't seen Tank dig into his bag much. He says it's interesting. It's an interesting fight with Martin. Yeah, of course. It's his best opponent, man. He says Eric R says Shakur gonna have to speak Spanish if he's serious about having a Puerto Rican following. Damn. He says people ain't just gonna pack the place because you say you are. I thought the motherfucker knew Spanish. Tell you the truth. I mean, I thought he was down there fighting Puerto Ricans and shit down there in Puerto Rico. I thought he was. He said Tank is a cash cow. Frank wants that payday, period. Hey, what's wrong with that, Jason Farrell? You know what I'm saying? These dudes, they hungry. They've been fighting all their life. And if you the cash cow, of course you want the payday. You know what I'm saying? You think he wouldn't fight him regardless of that? You know what I'm saying? That's a bonus. Tank is a fucking superstar. Why wouldn't you want the payday that comes up? Everybody who fight Canelo, they just want a payday too. They the biggest stars in boxing right now. So would you rather fight? You rather fight an overskilled bum, you know what I'm saying, who brings nothing to the table? That's why that Shakur Steve. Now I ain't gonna say Shakur is not a bum, but you know what I'm saying. He's a top guy with super skills that could probably beat Frank Martin. But who would you rather fight? You know what I'm saying? The guy who's skilled, that's gonna bring the money, or the guy who's skilled that gonna offer you 200,000. I'm pretty sure Frank Martin is getting paid way more than $200,000 for this damn fight. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it was a good move. If you look back on the shit, it was a good move because he could have fought Shakur Stevenson and lost this opportunity to fight Gervonta Tank Davis. He could have lost that shit, right? And that's the same thing with David Benavidez fighting David Morrell Jr., right? I mean, he would lose the ability to fight Canelo if he take a loss to David Morrell Jr. See, and we all know that David Benavidez is next in line to fight Canelo, but they put McGill in front of him, Jaime McGill in front of him, which is bullshit because this man been waiting for years as an interim champion. So I'm tired of the bullshit. It's like, come on, man. It's like, let's stop putting these fighters down because you think they're a threat to your favorite fighter. We got to see all of them mix it up. And stop making these narratives so your favorite fighter can save face. You know what I'm saying? It's like it is what it is. I'd rather fight a Tank Davis who's the money man and got the skills. You're gonna get the status of facing Gervonta Tank Davis, and you're gonna get the money instead of an ass kicking from Shakur, and you only got $200,000. I mean, the shit is just simple. It's a no brainer. He says, Eric R says, Clarissa messed up with the women beater. He said messed up with the woman beater and saying she wants to fight a man. So she got to speak on Shakur putting his hands on a woman, and it's on the internet. She need to know men are here. She needs to know men are here. Are her. Men are her. She needs to know men are her. So yeah, man, that whole thing is just messy, Eric R. I mean, I don't think you need to. Women argue with their emotions, and they don't need to make sense like men. Men, we hold each other accountable and shit. Like if you say something stupid, say we're gonna like, man, what's with that pussy? What's up with that shit? So with women, they could be all over the place. They can call you anything, man. It don't have to make sense. So they're not held by the same standards as we are. Then we looked at when we argue with women, we looked at as weak-minded. You know what I'm saying? We looked at as sassy and all this shit by other men. So that's why I said don't tear yourself down, Tank, by arguing with women and stuff like that. Even though some guys take pride in it, you know what I'm saying? They like to tear down, women and put them in their place. And I think Carissa Shield is feeling herself. I mean, shit, she's what, undisputed, you know what I'm saying? How many times? What, 2 times, 3 times? Shit, she's undisputed, in her weight class. So, she got something over Tank, So Tank need to like stop fucking with that girl. You know what I'm saying? Let her talk her talk, and we just ignore women like we always do. You know what I'm saying, when they talking shit. You know what I'm saying? And go handle your business. She was like, "Ain't you got a fight, Tank? Ain't you got a fight?" You know what I'm saying? That's what you should be concentrating on. And I agree. Don't get distracted. And don't overlook Frank Martin. A lot of people think that Tank is overlooking Frank Martin. What do you think, King? Is he
Nah,
overlooking?
I don't believe he over. Like you said, like you heard, he been training hard. I think Tank, bro. I don't think Tank Davis is stupid as a fighter at all. Like Tank Davis know exactly what he be doing with everybody he fight. That's one of his best qualities is that Tank Davis don't underestimate nobody, but he might make you think that. He might make you think he don't take you serious. But I doubt Tank Davis the type of dude that'll step in the ring and take somebody lightly and get caught slipping. You see what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
his whole Tank Davis whole, you gotta understand, a lot of people mindset tell you about how they think. Tank Davis whole mindset in fighting is to destroy you. See, somebody who want to destroy you, they don't stop thinking about you up until the point they fight you. So Tank Davis don't overlook nobody because he's thinking about destroying you the whole time. The moment you sign that contract, he's thinking about destroying you up until the moment he see you. So
yeah,
no, I don't think he's taking Frank Martin lightly at all. But he do need a well, like you say, but you'll never win arguing with a woman. You already lost. Like you hit that on the head. See, a lot of people, it take age to realize that you cannot win an argument with a woman. You lost the moment you started to argue with her. So
yeah.
you got to
Because
stop doing it.
they argue with their emotions. They'll say any low shit just to embarrass you.
Right,
We can't stoop to that level because we'll be
right,
seen looking like bitches and shit. You know what I'm saying? Trying to stoop to that level, and women know that
right.
shit, so they go all in and shit, calling him a woman beater. I'm like, oh God.
But see,
I was like,
let me tell you what their trump card is, Paul. Let's say you is arguing a woman and you is making the better points and you winning. A woman can always win that argument by saying, "Why are you arguing with a woman in the first place? You just lost when she say that." Because they'll say that. They'll be like, "Why are you arguing with a woman anyway?" Right then and there, she just exposed you because you're not supposed to be arguing with no woman, especially a woman that's not your woman. Now, if you arguing with your woman, that's different. You're not supposed to be arguing with a woman that ain't for you.
right. GT Parker says, so the PED stopped Devin from blocking the same punches. Come on, bro. Do I really have to confront that, bro? Come on, man. Come on, bro. You know better than that. What are you trolling or something? You know what I'm saying? Are you trolling? You know what I'm saying? This ain't
Nah,
got nothing to do. This ain't got nothing to do with being a Devin fan. This is about professional boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you got extra stamina and extra strength and shit from doing PEDs, what do you think? You know what I'm
they
saying?
don't
This ain't
care about
about.
that shit, Paul.
Yeah. I'm talking about it, y'all so focused on tearing down this man's skill set, yeah, he do need to have some more defense. But this man was on PEDs. What are we talking about? You don't want to you taking one aspect and you just ignoring the other side. This man cheated. You know what I'm saying? He came in overweight. Okay, Devin took the money. Okay. So we can't complain about that. But you see this man got 4 different shit. He done mastered shit in the system. The shit done flushed out. They giving him time to flush it out. You know what I'm saying? On a B sample. So what if somebody whipped your ass? What if somebody whipped your ass and they was on some kind of fucking steroids and shit? And then the whole world looking at you, got you crawling on the goddamn canvas, you know what I'm saying? Because they overpowered. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker, he could take punches, his punch resistance on another level. You know what I'm saying? You can't hurt this dude. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, use your common sense, bro. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the PEDs, you know what I'm saying, help Ryan with the confidence. Even if it helps you psychologically, it's a problem. If it helps you before, you going in there, you don't know what's going to happen. But if you got PEDs and you got a lot more confidence to go in there and throw those punches, right? The man is already super fast. Plus, those PEDs help him, you know what I'm saying, increase, you know what I'm saying, whatever he got going on, it's going to amplify that. It's going to enhance it. So he probably wouldn't have landed those same shots if he wasn't on those PEDs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Ryan is super fast, but PEDs can put you. Look how Roy Jones Jr. used to do, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He was on goddamn steroids. He used to hit motherfuckers. You couldn't even see the shit. So that's just a silly position, man. It's like, come on, y'all, stop trying to tear down that man's skill set when this man he went in there against a fucking incredible Hulk. You know what I'm saying? You saw how Ryan was snapping that snap every time Devin hit him. That shit wasn't shit. I was like, come on, man. It's like
Yeah,
y'all got
another
to stop that. Hmm.
Another thing they won't acknowledge is that because I heard somebody even in the chat said, but not just this chat, but I've seen it everywhere else. They be like, man, y'all got to stop with the excuses that Ryan Garcia came in overweight. Well, what they fail to realize is their entire life. You know, Devin knew Ryan almost his entire life. They met each other when they was like 10. But for their entire life, Ryan Garcia has always been bigger than Devin. Devin has never been bigger than Ryan Garcia at no point in his life, and he never will be. Ryan Garcia with his frame and the weight, because we see how he can pack on muscle with the frame he naturally have at 5'10", because I think he like 5'9", 5'10". With the muscle he able to put on, but it's nothing for Ryan Garcia to be 160 one day competing
Well,
there.
the argument is that Devin always fought guys that were smaller than him, and what they're saying is that Devin finally fought somebody his size, and that's
Ryan
why.
Garcia is not his size.
No, no, no. I'm talking about bigger than him. Somebody who's that's not smaller than him. You see what I'm saying? And that's the argument. Jason Fairwell says the reason for the hate has to do a lot with Haney fans building his ego up to the point where it was unrealistic. He says Devin got exposed. He said Bill clout chasing Tank when Haney always have a contract. When oh, okay. Well, I mean, I think all these fighters clout chase to a certain degree. You have to sell yourself, and I'm not saying like they didn't overdo it or either way, but whatever gets them into the ring for me, say for whatever gets them into the ring, I don't care. I think these fighters all going to have to face each other. So I mean, I'm not harping on that kind of stuff because I do think they have to face each other at some point in time. Um, as far as keeping Devin, accountable and stuff, I think he's held accountable when he got knocked out. Don't you think? It's like, what do y'all want to see him dead? Y'all want to see him killed in the ring? Is that what y'all want to see? Y'all talking about accountability? Y'all want to see him
If
dragged and
Devin died,
and thrown people throwing rotten fruit at him and Bill? Is that what y'all want for accountability? The man
no,
is on a humiliation tour right now. So
you
what are you talking about? Go ahead.
no, my bad. Paul, you was going in. Go ahead.
So what do y'all want to see? Y'all talk about accountability. The man is being held accountable right now. I mean, he can't. He got to hold his head up and try to gather his career after taking a beating from a damn PED chief. You know what I'm saying? How more humbling can you get? You know what I'm saying? The man hit the canvas and got beat down. I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, y'all hate this man that damn much? I mean, there's nothing more accountable than taking an ass whipping before people. So you want to win the debates now? You know what I'm saying? This
But,
this man is destroyed. His whole he got to rebuild himself. What are y'all talking about? It's like
but
y'all
that's the
live
thing
on the
about it.
hold
That,
on. Y'all live
but,
on this damn internet and y'all think, just because we had these little arguments, this dude is crushed. His whole mental is fucked up from getting destroyed by Ryan. So there's the accountability is the fight in itself. We saw this man get his ass beat. You know what I'm saying? We saw him get his ass beat, get crushed in the ring. That's accountable, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and now we see that this man had extra help. Y'all talking all this extra stuff like he should have had better defense. That shit is absurd. It's absurd. I mean, you could not like a fighter, but at the same time want a fair match. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter what the buildup was. They got into the ring, two warriors. You know what I'm saying? See what can you do? What can I do? But this man had extra shit going on. You know what I'm saying? It's like Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder. You know what I'm saying? This man is full of shit. You know what I'm saying? He's full of cocaine and nandronol and all this shit. And the only time he fight like that was against Deontay Wilder. He didn't fight like that against anybody else. And everybody, so where's the accountability? Accountability is in the ring, man. It's like, you got to face what you got to face and then do a rematch. You know what I'm saying? And make sure everybody's clean. You know what I'm saying? And then if Ryan beat him then that's where all that stuff comes in. All that accountability. If Ryan goes in there in the rematch, Ryan's clean, you know what I'm saying? And let's say Ryan go in there and he beats the shit out of Devin again. There you go. There you go. Don't have nandronol in your system. Trace samples of the nandronol in your system. And what's that other shit called? Osquin or whatever that shit. Osric.
Oscar,
Yeah, don't have that in your system, bro, and think that people are not going to criticize how you won the fight. You know what I'm saying? And then you're around here bragging that you cheated. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the shit is just kind of crazy with boxing going. It's more of a popularity contest, and people just if you like your favorite fight, if you like Ryan, that's cool. If you like Ryan, that's cool. I mean, I'm not hating on that. Ryan is a dude. I mean, he's kind of like on their level because he got the amateur pedigree, but at the same time, he trashed his career for a while, and that made a lot of people look at him different, right? It ain't got nothing to do with being a Devin Haney fan. It's the way Ryan carried himself as a boxing fan, as a hardcore boxing fan. It's the way he carried himself. Jumping out of fights, saying he had a fight with Manny Pacquiao. He wouldn't fight Devin at 135 at the time. Come on now, y'all know this stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with being a Devin Haney fan. It's just that we want to see fair fights. And a lot of people just want to see Devin humble for Tank's sake. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, bro, we got to get out of this bitch ass mentality. You know what I'm saying? Is let these guys get into it. They got to fight. You know what I'm saying? Let's get these, let's stop the damn hate because somebody was clout chasing and shit. When they get into the ring, then that's what it is. What happened, that's what it is. Not when one motherfucker going PEDs and the other dude is clean. I mean, Devin had to strain down to 140, you know what I'm saying? So he was weak. You know what I'm saying? Ryan came in strong. He didn't have to cut down to nothing. So I don't know if you ever been weight drained before. And I played ball, I've played sports. If you weight drained, bro, you don't have the strength. You don't have the strength. This man made 140. You know what I'm saying? Ryan did not have to do that. So let's say Devin, who already don't have punching power, you know what I'm saying? He just didn't have the energy. He did because Ryan didn't make that sacrifice. He didn't cut down to that weight. So what I'm saying is it wasn't an even playing field. So we can't really say that Devin is not taking accountability. He got his ass beat. That's humbling enough. Let's see a fair fight. Yeah, Roy was on steroids. What you talk? Wait a minute. What the hell? He said so. Roy was on steroids now. He got to be a casual fan. He says, Mr. Miley says, we don't even know if he had enough in his system. What? To have any benefit from it? What? He says, so let's wait until he gets his due process. What?
And
What are you
pause. Just
talking?
one thing. Let's put one thing in the context. When you see people talking like that, defending Ryan, understand that most of these at these point, well, I ain't gonna say most, half of the people doing this, well, no, most. Like these black people, bro. That's somebody black telling you that. That's somebody black
Bro,
who defended the Mexican who took
bro,
steroids to be a black fighter.
bro. Anytime you have anything in your system, what do you mean? Why would you even take it if you don't want to benefit from it? You see what I'm saying? Why would it even be? It shouldn't even be in your system. You see what I'm saying? That's why this shit is so absurd to me. It ain't about defending Devin. It's about defending boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Why would you have some shit in your system if it ain't going to benefit you? You know what I'm saying? I mean, do you think I'm just going to eat lead and shit? I'm just going to go eat a whole bunch of lead and shit. You know what I'm saying? For nothing. Say, hey man, you got lead in your system. Oh man, but you ain't have enough to affect you in this fight. Say, hey man, I'm gonna go take some goddamn super dog energy pills and shit, but it wasn't enough to help you in the fight. You know what I'm saying? And then you gonna mask it with some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. It's like, what is this stuff doing in your system if it's not there to benefit you? Especially when you look up the definition, and the definition it got side effects to help you, your strength, your stamina, and that name pops up, and there's a definition by it. Say PEDs, it's help you lose weight, help you, keep your strength to mass muscle. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Y'all know better than that. Y'all know better than that. Come on, man. It's like we got to do better, bro. He said Devin is a great fighter, but Devin's corner had no answer. Yep. Just like with Loma. Yeah. His corner was trash. The
Yeah, that
Devin
was my
corner was
thing.
Devin Corner was trash that night. It broke my heart to have him look at his daddy, and his daddy was all out of answers. I mean, even though Ryan was, doing what he did, I mean, he didn't have no advice for Devin. So this taught Devin a lot. He learned a lot in that fight. He learned he needed to get a new corner. He learned that he needed to get a professional corner, man. He got to get his dad. Bill got to get the fuck up out the corner. Stop trying to be in the limelight, all like P. Diddy, all up in the fucking videos and shit. He need to get the hell up out of there, man. Get his son some real help. You know.
Yeah, an
Yes,
experience, an
yeah,
experience, an experienced coach would have told Devin after he got knocked down the first couple of times. An experienced coach would have told Devin to stay on the outside, get your legs back, and you can still outbox him because even though you kind of hurt, you still outbox him. They would have told Devin to survive this fight and get out with a win on points. Bill told Devin to keep trying to fight Ryan Garcia.
Well, he said he told him keep doing what you're doing. And I'm like, bro, that is so fucking delusional. It's like your son is getting caught, and we knew from that first left hook he was gonna get caught again because he didn't see it. He didn't see it. He couldn't react to it. And I was like, man, Ryan's speed is on a whole nother level, bro.
Well,
I'm like, bro.
When I said it before, when I was giving my breakdown, I was saying that, with Ryan Garcia, they got two different ways Ryan Garcia throw his left hook. It's two different things he do with it. He either lunge into you, like if you're not engaging with him, he gonna lunge towards you with the left, right? And he usually miss that one unless he going to the body. I don't see him laying it to the body. But if he lunging, he gonna miss most of the time. When Ryan Garcia, when he lands there, is when he'll throw a jab first, and he'll bait you to engage. And when you do step to him, he throw that left hook while you step into him. So if Ryan Garcia gonna hit you is when you engage in him. And Devin Haney got caught every time he stepped to Ryan because Ryan Garcia is so fast and he throw it in a way that if you stepping towards him, you're not gonna see that left hook and it's gonna hit you.
So you know what helps in that? You know what negates that? You know what negates that? Something that Lomachenko does all the time, and which is what is that? A head feint. He feint. I didn't see no head feints. And he stood in the front. He stepped in the pocket, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Ryan left hand is a trigger, man. That shit is like lightning. You got the feint, so he don't know where you coming. Your time, and I saw Devin just stood there, and I was like, bro, you may not be able to see the left hook, but you can dodge that left hook by feinting, right? And I didn't see enough feints. It looked like those fucking boots, those fucked up boots that Devin had. Like really, I'm like, bro, them boots gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Them Uggs or whatever the hell he had on. I'm like, this is not the time to go trying to fashion style with some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Get you some regular equipment. I was like, them Uggs, he must be getting no grip on the motherfucker. I'm like, the head, you need to be fainting Ryan. You can't just be standing in front of Ryan like that. I mean, I was like, where's the feints, bro? What's going on? And when he got caught, I said, because I see he wasn't moving his head like that. I said, man, he could get his ass whipped, bro. I mean, my heart was just out for him, but he just wasn't moving like he usually do. He said, I could tell Jason Ferrer watches Fanon, says talking for us. I don't know what's up with Fanon and Devin. It's like ever since he was trying to negotiate that contract from way back when, it's like, I don't know, his mindset just been down on Devin. He says, the keg, says, I have never seen Devin or Bill say anything that could bring the hate unless people just got other issues beyond that. Well, they saying like he was clout chasing and taking, you know how fighters do get on your nerve. It gets on your nerve when you see fighters, always bringing up other dudes and stuff, you know what I'm saying? And they're not really trying to make the fight. I understand that. I do understand that. And it do get on your nerves and shit, you know what I'm saying? You want to see fighters, stand up on their own 2 feet. But Tank is, Devin isn't the kind of star people want to see in the ring, except for hardcore boxing fans. So I understand that they kind of pissed off that he keep bringing up Tank, and there's no way to make the fight because it seems it's disingenuous, is what it is. And real boxing fans, they don't like that kind of shit because they want to see the guys real. They want to see him, like really trying to get in there. And but I understand from a business standpoint, you know what I'm saying. And even though people may not like it, but this kind of hate is unfounded, right? Ramon Carolyn Jones says there's no defending a cheater. He says the character of the person has already been spoken. I agree, man, but I don't want to hear him say that shit is not to make the rematch though. You know what I'm saying? Ramon Carolyn Jones, I want to see him energized to go back in there so people can stop shitting on him. And if you take an ass whipping, so people can respect that. You get your respect. You know what I'm saying? He says Garcia, as of now, is a cheater. He said that's just the truth of the right. I don't understand why they're trying to clear this guy. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you got shit in your system, to me, you're a cheater. Hey, yes, Roy Jones Jr. was on steroids, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying all his fights, but when he fought what's that guy named? Richard, what's his name? What's that guy named? Richard something. And they were both on steroids and shit. He complained about Roy on steroids, and he was on steroids too. But he got his ass whipped so bad and shit that he had to snitch. The motherfucker went and snitched on Roy Jones and shit. And he was on steroids too. That shit was crazy as hell. Double steroid monsters going at it because he took a them PEDs. He stood up to a huge ass whipping. Roy beat the shit out of that dude. He said 60 times acceptable levels of. Yeah, I saw that. I put it up on the thing. I think, do I have it? Yeah, yeah, 60 goddamn times levels of the Austrian. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, people. It's like, what are we talking about here? He says, I have been on plenty channels sounding off about cheating and boxing, and I'm sure not going to stop now. Whether it's boxing or sport. Yeah, man, we can't support that shit. We cannot support that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like it is what it is. Now, if Ryan go in there and whip Devin on some clean shit, hey, you know what I'm saying? He'll shut they would shut down Devin fans, you know what I'm saying? All the hardcore, Devin fans, they would shut the shit down. He says Devin may wait to keep the belt. You know what I'm saying? Of course. I mean, shit. I mean, he's the champion. I mean, why you gonna work hard for something? What's going on, 2 Cents in the building? What's happening to 2 Cents? Y'all subscribe to 2 Cents Boxing for sure. You know what I'm saying? Hottest channel on the net right now. Y'all check out 2 Cents Boxing. DC Worldwide Media says all these dudes defending Ryan come from Fanon channel with the same talking point. Say they're parroting Fanon word for word. Man, Fanon be tripping, man. What's going on, D? What's going on, D? Will? What's happening?
Man,
right.
Man, hey, I watch multiple channels for kind of boxing, man. I recognize some of these names. I recognize the talking points, man. I know where these talking points coming from. These is Tank Davis fans, most of them. Not all of them, but most of them are Tank Davis fans, and they go to Fanon's channel to get that confirmation bias, and they coming back with the same talking points. They're parroting the dude word for word, man. Word for word.
Well, I'm a Tank Davis fan too, you know what I'm saying? But this ain't got nothing to do with Tank, you know what I'm saying? The man got cheated. You know what I'm saying? Let's say, because let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something right now. Anyway, it's coming. Anyway, it's coming for Tank. They keep saying Tank is a 130-pound fighter. You know what I'm saying? And they keep trying to keep him in the low weight division. So anyway, when he come up through there on them fucking steroids and he starts Tank, don't say shit now. Don't say shit.
Don't say nothing.
Because that's what's going to happen. They got Inouye coming up there. They trying to push him through these weak ass weight divisions. He owned that shit. And when he get up there and he face Tank Davis and stuff, you know what I'm saying? And he go out there and he beat the shit out of Tank Davis like he did Pretty Boy. Y'all gonna be like, oh man, no, he on that shit. Oh,
they gonna cry bloody murder. They gonna cry bloody murder, Paul.
I'm telling you, man, it's coming. Y'all don't see this shit. I see this shit a mile away. Anyway, it's coming for Tank ass. And you know what I'm saying? They're gonna full his ass up with that same shit Pacquiao had, and he gonna put a whipping on fucking Tank. You know what I'm saying? Tank ain't gonna be able to react to shit. He gonna be hurting Tank and shit. Y'all gonna be like, oh man, this man is on that shit. And that's gonna be what it is, man. It's like we can't support this cheating culture in boxing. We can't stop it. But I'm saying to boxing fans, it's like, bro, when your opponent have that kind of advantage and you've been training hard in camp and you done strained down to make the weight and the other guy don't have to do that, you have a significant advantage, especially if you're close in skill set. You're closer, you know, you just can't do it, man. Mr. Mileage, he says it's known that supplements have unlisted ingredients in them, so he could have gotten it without his knowledge. Come on, man, you know better than that. You know, you see Ryan Garcia attitude. He even had the little pill bottle, some shit he was taking, and he told me thank you, rubbing the bottle. I'm like, bro, come on, man, get out of here with that shit, bro. That shit ain't got no place in boxing, man. What's with this silly ass attitude that you bragging that you cheated now? You trolling and stuff. Trolling has no place in boxing, bro. That's why he's a silly, goofy ass. You know what I'm saying? It's like if he was a serious boxer, he'd be hell, man. That motherfucker, if he was serious and he did that, Ryan Garcia, he'd be on a whole nother level, bro, because he already got the marketability to be a superstar. You know, these
guys aren't boxing fans, Paul. They might be fans of a particular fighter, but they're not fans of the sport of boxing.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see that because it kind of frustrates me that they don't understand. You know, so just because you don't like a fighter, you know what I'm saying, you still got to, respect the rules and stuff. You still got to respect the spirit of fighting. You know what I'm saying? The Queensberry rules, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying, you don't hit low, you know what I'm saying, on purpose. You know what I'm saying? You don't try to hit in the back of the head. You know, these type of rules that was in place You know what I'm saying? Ryan was hitting Dev in the back of the head and shit sometimes. It's like, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can have a lot of vitriol against your opponent, but be professional. Be professional. I don't give a fuck what they saying. You know what I'm saying? I've seen Keith Thurman. He's always fair. He don't try to hit nobody in the back of the head, no matter what's saying. They say a lot of shit against Keith. You know, he's always a
Exactly.
professional. You know what I'm saying? Be professional when you go in there. You know what I'm saying? The
But
Kegi says, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead, bro. Read your point. Read your.
He said he says DC worldwide. He says, yep, Fanon lost all his credibility. He said he's a fake and exposed himself. He says you're gonna lose your credibility. Don't lose it for Ryan Garcia. Just and that's the problem. You know, I like Ryan Garcia. Y'all know if y'all go back and look at my videos, I'm big on Ryan Garcia, especially when he got with Derrick James. I'm like, this man for to revamp his career, and because of that left hook, he's gonna be like the new Oscar De La Hoya 3.0. He was gonna be, because Oscar had that left hook too. And I was like, if Ryan start taking on all competition and start whipping ass in them, I was like, man, yeah, go back and watch my fucking videos, man. You'll see Ryan Garcia was coming up. I'm showing you the training stuff, and I was like, this man is going to be. But then here we go. Here we go. With the, I don't know. He's always off. He just can't get right. He just can't do shit in a regular way. He's always got that social media clown shit going on, and he got to put on a show for them. It's like, bro, you're a boxer, man. You're a fighter. There's a certain character that you got to have in front of your fans, bro. You got this new teeny bop culture, you know, this toxic culture where you got to go in and be this. Look what he doing to Errol Spence Jr. Look what he talking about. I saw some shit on Twitter where he's talking about your girl was in my DMs. I was like, bro, what in the hell is going
Earl
on?
married, man. You talking about that man's wife?
Right. He talking about your girl was in my DMs and shit. I was like, and they was like, oh, Ryan is funny. He's entertaining. I was like, bro, if y'all don't get out of here with that pussy punk ass shit, bro, I was like, man, it's like, come on, now. It's like, I mean, you really trying to get the fight on some clown shit? And then what's going to happen when you do get EJ, right? Everybody talking about, I mean, they really, in people's minds, they are saying that Ryan Garcia can defeat Errol Spence Jr. They think he's fooled just because he lost to the best boxer in the world. Are they crazy? It's like, how does that equate to having a Ryan Garcia beat you? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, where do you get that in your head, bro? It's like, do you think, I mean, Ryan Garcia, for number one, he would have to come up to 154, which probably wouldn't be a problem for Ryan. He'd probably be a lot stronger at 154. But do you think he got the skill set? Do he have the audacity to a motherfucker think he could beat Errol Spence Jr.? It's
Man,
like even. Go ahead,
I'm gonna
bro.
tell you another thing, Pool. A lot of these dudes don't even like black fighters until it's two black fighters and they don't like one of the black fighters. Half of them don't even be rooting for these dudes half the time. They not really no Bud Crawford fan. They not really no Earl Spence fan, or ain't no Tank fan, or ain't no Devin Haney fan. But if they dislike one fighter more than the other, then they'll root for that other guy to knock that guy they don't like down. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, 2 cents says because you have your own opinion don't mean you defending Ryan. Well, you are. I mean, you can have your own opinion, but your opinion can be defending Ryan. You see what I'm saying? Not to try to do a double split on words, but you know what I'm saying? If you saying that Ryan, that was a good win for Ryan, what is that? You know what I'm saying? If you saying Ryan is clean, what's that? That's defending Ryan, right? That may be your opinion, but you are defending Ryan, right? And it's nothing wrong. If you want to defend Ryan, that's no problem. But what I'm saying is boxing fans, when somebody's out of bounds, we got to call them out on it. That's all I'm saying. You can have your opinion on anything. What we saying don't really have no weight one way or the other, right? We respect each other's opinion. But what I'm saying is when you see a motherfucker cheating and you support that, or you try to make that like subjective, you know what I'm saying? Yes, you are defending Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's your own opinion or not. You know what I'm saying? And I respect everybody's opinion, but this is just blatant hate for Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? If somebody comes in and a motherfucker just come in and just shoot a guy, they don't even fight him. They just walk into the ring. The fight gets started and they shoot him. And you say, well, shit, man, that wasn't no real gun. You know what I'm saying? That gun might have been blanks and shit. He just fell from a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Or somebody say, you know what I'm saying? That gun, you know what I'm saying? He should have. I mean, you know, guns are legal in Vegas. And start making all these kind of different arguments. It's like, bro, that's defending that man. That man shot this dude. He cheated. So
Man,
what you
Ryan
trying to say?
Garcia could have had plaster in his gloves. They wouldn't have gave a shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, what are we talking about? The man cheated. And then it's, well, he only had 4 bullets in the gun and shit. He only had 4 bullets. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what? What the hell are you talking about? This man came to the fight with a gun. And that's what Ryan, he came to the fight with guns and shit in the system and stuff. And he beat that man down. And he's bragging about it, which makes it more sick. It makes it more sick. You know, I mean, we can have our opinions, you know, but you still could be defending somebody in your opinion, is all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But you got to respect people's opinion, though. But even though I think that's off when you're talking about a cheating ass dude. What's going on, PGH Big Dog in the building? What's up now? Real spill, Midwest boxing talk. What's happening, bro? You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, bro, I'm just amazed. You know what I'm saying? King Judah dropped off. He said, King Judah, do you feel like it's there's been a contorted effort from pro Devin channels to smear Tank? Now I'm pretty sure, you know, we have all kind of toxic ass channels, you know what I'm saying, especially when they fan boying for, you know, certain fighters. You know what I'm saying? They gonna get on the panel and they're just gonna have a good old time, you know what I'm saying, with that. You know. I understand, you know what I'm saying, but I didn't think that it would lead to this kind of hatred for the Haneys. Cause I don't think of Devin is like a big star like that. And I think they use Tank name because he's a superstar. You know what I'm saying? So to, you know, to bring it to, you know, it's clout chasing. And but you know what I'm saying, I didn't think it'd garner this kind of hatred towards some guys, you know what I'm saying? He says, I believe Devin Haney was shocked from the first. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That left hook from the first round, he never got his shit back. You know what I'm saying? He started slowly trying, but he was still fighting hurt. He said, "Stop all that damn supporting a Lion PD cheat." That's what PhD Big Dog said. Yeah, I mean, if you cheating, you cheating. So you know what I'm saying? Regardless if you got an A on the test, if you get an A on the test in school, right? But then you know you had a cheat sheet, even though you passed the motherfucking test, you still cheated, my nigga. So that shit is null and void, right? You know what I'm saying? You might have got an A, you might have done some of the you might have got some of the questions right on your own, you know what I'm saying, off the strength of your knowledge. But then you still cheated, my nigga. So it's like, what's going on, bro? What's happening with boxing fans in this cheating culture? Um, Two Cents says Roy Jones Jr. also had tainted supplements. That's what I said earlier. And somebody said, so Roy Jones Jr. now is doing shit. Man, he been doing that shit. I ain't saying all his fights was like that. I'm not saying all his fights was like that, but I'm just saying he was caught juicing and shit. You know what I'm saying? He really was. Him, Antonio Tarver, and Lights Out Tony. All juice was juicing at one point in time. I don't know for how many fights, but they damn sure was juicing back then. He said the kicker said, I've never seen a Devin fan. He said that's the funny thing, but I put boxing first above boxing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No doubt. You know what I'm saying? We want to see fair fights. You know what I'm saying? We don't just want to see a one-sided beatdown like that. PGA Big Dog says, for now, hate for Devin is insane. He says, did Bill take his girl back in the day or something? He says, some clown shit. I don't understand. Say what now, bro? Go ahead. I can't hear you. What'd you say, D? Oh, he kind of fell off. So I don't know why Fanon all of a sudden. I mean, I remember when he kind of pivoted. He was kind of, you know, Fanon used to be like really fair. He really used to be kind of like neutral and everything. But you know, what I'm saying, I don't know. I don't know I don't know what changed. You know, I don't know. I mean, if I have a bias, I'll tell you. You know, everybody know my biases on here. You know, so they know who I hate. You know, but I try to be fair. You know what I'm saying? I try to, you know, read everybody's opinions and I try to be fair. But I mean, I'll tell you who the hell, you know what I'm saying, I don't like. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You know, so you're gonna like some fighters and you're gonna dislike some fighters. But I'll tell you why. He says Jason Ferrer says, how about Fury says he ate uncastrated bull hog testicles? I know. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, people they let certain people slide, you know what I'm saying, depending on who you like. And that's just how boxing is. Very passionate, you know what I'm saying? And I understand that. I mean, I understand people are very passionate about their fighters, man. You know, it's like we kind of project ourselves, you know, into these fighters, you know what I'm saying, depending on what style you like. And niggas always imagining fighting the motherfucker in that style. Like Tyson. When Tyson came out, people were wearing no socks and shit, and they shoot walking around lifting weights and shit, trying to get into fights to knock out the motherfuckers. And, you know what I'm saying? That look like try to fight like Tyson and shit. Yeah, the shit was crazy, man. It's crazy times. Doc Kent, what's going on? 2 Cent Boxing in the building. What's happening?
What up? What up, Paul? What up, chat? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers in the chat.
Oh, happy day
I
to
can't
you,
see who
2
on the
Cent.
panel. So who is King Judah still up
Okay.
here?
Nah, they dipped. They dipped. They fell off.
Oh, okay. Well, shout out to whoever on the panel.
Happy Mother's Day to you. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So what you got on this? First, the Loma fight. Did you see the Loma fight?
Man, I almost put money in Kamboso. I ain't gonna lie to you. But
Really?
because it was the odds was crazy. But so I was talking to somebody and they was like, Kambosos cannot fight to his left side. And he's like, don't put no money in Kambosos. And I was like, yeah, I felt like the first 2 rounds Kambosos was good. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be a decent fight. And then Lomachenko just started tagging his ass. And I was like, damn, Lomachenko done figured him out in 2 rounds. He figured him out in 2 rounds. And you remember, I don't know if you ever played Punch Out and they had the genie dude and he would step back and like shake his head and then he just be going around you, punching you, going around you, punching you. That's how Lomachenko was looking in there. Like, Kambosos didn't even know where them shots was coming from. He didn't know what Loma was in the ring. I mean, Kambosos is just, he's a decent fighter. I mean, he's okay, right? But he's not that great of a fighter. He really did luck up when he beat Teofimo because Teofimo was tripping. I know a lot of people don't want to be like, oh, there's excuses and this and that. But even in that fight, he got knocked down by Teofimo. So Kambosos is just not that good of a fighter. And I'm just curious, how does he have so much support in Australia? Like I would say he's a B- fighter.
I mean, from last night, he looked like a C- fighter. I mean,
C+. Because
I mean, he had a couple of barrages, maybe in the first, second round, third round. You know what I'm saying? From there, he was a punching bag.
I mean, it looked like he came in with a decent game plan, but he didn't stick to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's because that speed. I mean, Lomachenko's speed, them head feints had him jacked up, man. He was like in a defensive mode most of the night. You know what I'm saying? Once he started going backwards, that was it. He every now and then he'll pop forward and hit Lomachenko to the body, but he don't have no power. He don't have nothing to keep Lomachenko off him. And then he started them jabs, was just, oh my God, the jabs was just busting him up to the face. I mean, it was just man. How else can you put it?
He got his ass. And you got stopped by Lomachenko. Like, oh my goodness. Like,
I mean, I got bored with it after a while. You know what I'm saying? Before it looked like Lomachenko was carrying him. Looked like he carried him for like 6 rounds. He carried him for like 6 rounds. You know, the body shots. Once he started going to the body, I said Lomachenko for to get rid of him to the body. I said that last night. I said he's gonna keep hitting him in the same place to the body. I said George Kamboso has no defense for it. He's not making no adjustments. He just keeps standing there in front of Lomachenko while he going all over the place. I said, bro, you're gonna have to move your feet. You're gonna have to, block some of the punches. Do something, bro. Instead of just standing there getting punched up, getting beat up, getting jabbed to the face. I mean, Lomachenko looked like the Matrix last night. He looked like the Matrix. I mean,
he did. I mean, the only hope Kambosos really had was that Lomachenko age would catch up to him, but it didn't look like that happened. And I think that's what a lot of people was kind of trying to say, like maybe the age will catch up into him in this fight, and Kambosos will be able to get him. I mean, other than that, I don't think Kambosos really had a shot.
No, I mean, not at all. I mean, the whole fight, he got dominated. He got completely dominated. He got outthought. You know what I'm saying? He got outpunched. You know what I'm saying? It was just, but we kind of knew this before we went in. It ain't like we really had some kind of expectations for George Kambosos to win. You know what I'm saying? We knew because he got beat twice back to back by Devin Haney. What the hell you think was going to happen? You know what I'm saying? He just took an ass whipping from Devin Haney twice.
And he got beat by Maxie Hughes.
Oh man, I didn't even think about that shit. So right now, George Kamboso is just a name to get some rounds with. For the elite fighters, you know what I'm saying? I would not want to see Shakur fight George Kamboso. I wouldn't want to see, anybody fight George Kamboso. He need to go and sit his ass down. You know what I'm saying? Go sit the hell down. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, I don't even. He shouldn't have been in contention to fight these guys. Even though somehow he beat Teofimo Lopez. I don't know how the hell he did that, but you know what I'm saying? He just looked terrible last night. I was like, boys, you look horrible, bro. You look horrible, and you can see it on his face before he entered the ring. You can see the confidence was just gone. He said, "I'm just here, bro, to make a check."
I mean,
You
Devin
know?
really made him a name. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
T.O. made him a name because he lost them belts to him, and then he fought Devin twice. And I mean, he's just like a name to put on your resume. I wouldn't even give him gatekeeper,
Mm-hmm.
but I guess you could
Mm.
kind of say he's a gatekeeper. So, do you think that Bob is going to give Loma to Shakur?
Hell no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Even though that would be a good fight, but I think he's dangling Shakur so he'll resign. You know what I'm saying? I see that. I see him manipulating
That's
Shakur to
nasty
get.
work. That's nasty work.
Yeah, I see. That's what I see. I don't think he wants to, because Lomachenko has been a good soldier for Top Rank. He don't complain about the money. You know what I'm saying? He goes out there, he fights who Bob tell him to fight. He don't complain and shit. He's not putting out, say negative publicity out there against Top Rank when he has a disagreement or anything like that. He just goes with the flow. And I think Bob is gonna reward him with not feeding him to these young lions that's on top of their game right now. Now I do think that Lomachenko wants to fight Tank because he looked good out there. I do think he wants to fight Tank.
He looked
Um,
good
I,
against Kambosos. Like, come on.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think he wants Tank though. I think he'll fight
But
Tank.
Bob ain't gonna let him fight Tank either.
Well, that'll be the fight. That'll bring some money. You know what I'm saying? That'll be the fight everybody would want to see if Loma could defeat, the cash cow of the division. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that'll be a fight that will bring in some ticket sales. I think Tank wants that Ryan Garcia. I think he wants Ryan Garcia again. At 140 because he already knows that Ryan can't make 140, so he know he'll be weight drained down at 140, and he could deal with Ryan at 140. But Ryan wants to bring him up at 144, which Tank ain't probably gonna do. He's not gonna go up to
Nah, hell
144.
no.
You know what
And
I'm
he
saying? But
shouldn't.
he'll bring Ryan ass down to 140 and beat his ass. Now that's something he'll do. You know what I'm saying? That's something that what do you think? I want to get your perspective on this Carissa Shield and Tank Davis shit. What you think? How do you feel about that?
Man, I'm so sick of Clarissa Shields. It seems like all the boxers I like is so damn annoying. Like, dude, just chill out. I mean, I don't think it's nothing. I think that, like I always say, like Clarissa Shields just can't let stuff go. Like you say anything to her, she feel like she just got to pounce on you. Like she just can't let it go. I think a part of it is she bored. Like she needs to have a fight coming up, or she needs to be training or doing. She needs something to do, and she just needs to leave people alone. Like she kind of low key a little bully, but Tank did call her a name, and they start going back and forth. And I feel like it's cool, but then just let it go. Don't keep it going and going and going and going. Like say a few things, he said a few things, and then y'all just can let it go. That's it. Like I don't think she really gonna. I know a lot of the guys be upset because she calling them out and saying she gonna fight them, but I'm like, I don't even know why y'all letting that trigger y'all. Y'all know damn well she ain't finna fight none of these men, and you know what's gonna happen if she try. So
Yeah.
just
Well,
ignore her, man. Like she one of those girls like you just gotta ignore. You know what I'm saying? Because she just gonna keep going
hmm
and going and going. You just gotta ignore her.
hmm But I thought it was super embarrassing. She calling him a woman beater, and I said, this is why you don't argue with women. Women can go low, and we can't. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna look like straight bitches. You know what I'm saying? When we go low. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're talking about a woman. He did, and I thought it was so low that he called her Joanna Man. I was just like, man, what the hell is going on? What are we watching? What are we watching here? Like some children and shit in middle school, high school, going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? So I just thought that was just real degrading for both of them to go to that level. And I just I want them to do better. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I think it's insignificant, but it's like watching children fight. You know, and it's
Yeah.
like it's unnecessary. You know, so we're supposed to be adults. We're supposed to lead the way. We supposed to these kids. You know, he got kids. You know, what I'm saying Tank got kids. You know, so you got to carry yourself on a different level when you're a parent. You know what I'm saying? Don't be petty and shit. You know, arguing with women, and it kind of diminish your manhood when you start arguing with women like that, and you start sinking to that level. You know, even though the crumb bombs like that kind of shit, but I don't like that. I don't like speaking out against my sisters like that. You know, saying they ugly and shit like that. We already got a lot of shit out here on this net. You know, say just lift up or just don't say nothing at all, especially with you having your kind of stature. So you got a microphone that's big enough for everybody to hear. You know, what I'm saying people tuning in and shit. And I don't want black people clowning on each other like that. You know, what I'm saying in front of the world. And so let me ask you about this Shakur Stevenson fight. Nobody's paying attention to this shit. The Shakur and Outram fight. I mean,
Because
there's no.
poor. Listen, it's Crawford 2.0.
Mm, 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 mm.
Like you don't see it. It's the
Yeah,
same
of
blueprint.
course. I see it. you know, I see it. I just want to hear you say it. You know what I'm saying? They get tired of hearing me saying that shit. It's like I want to hear somebody else say that shit. Like, do you see what I see?
But I mean, Artem was a decent fighter. He did a decent. I mean, I feel like he did a decent job against Frank Martin. But it's because see, one thing that Crawford did do, he didn't talk so much, right? But his fans did a lot of the talking for him. But Shakur Stevenson does so much talking, and he calls out so many of these big names, and then it's like Artem, and you like what? Like you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Mm-hmm.
be
Mm-hmm.
quiet. You get what I'm saying? Like just be quiet. That way your fans won't be so disappointed. But it's just one of those things. Like every fight I watch with you, I'm still wondering if you're as good as I think you are.
Yeah,
Every fight
especially
I
with the.
watch with you, I'm like, damn, okay, he's good. Like he passed the eye test, but when is he gonna fight a level of competition that I'm gonna see challenge him? And then they want to make you believe that you never see him getting challenged because he's that good, but it's not true.
Yeah, yeah. And, nobody's impressed by this opponent, even though it's a good challenge for him. Cause the guy, what I'm saying, I think he was in the Olympics or whatever, and he's a guy who got some credentials and stuff like that. But what I'm saying, against Shakur Stevenson, who's trying to build his name, he's gonna have to get in there with the names. He's gonna get in there with Tank before he gets some credit. At 135, he's gonna have to fight like a Dula Mason. You gonna have to fight somebody who's seen as skilled. They're gonna have to be deemed
Oh,
skilled by
Bob
the
not
hardcore
putting them
fighter.
black fighters in there together.
I know, man. He's a Spanish black dude. He like the same way he built Mayweather is the same way he want to build everybody. He's old fashioned. He's the godfather of boxing. You know what I'm saying? That nigga is straight mafia with this shit. If he don't believe that blacks make money fighting each other, then that's just what he gonna do. That's just what he gonna do. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, VA Money Group? What's happening, bro? Hello? You muted. What's up, VA?
What's up, man?
What's happening, bro? What you got on this?
Man, I thought it was a decent fight yesterday with Kamboso.
Hmm.
Oh,
Man, we can't hear you, bro. I
yeah.
can't hear you.
Barely.
All right, I'm gonna go out and come in.
Yeah, I'm not about to I'm just not gonna be too pressed about Shakur, man. Like he calling out everybody and everywhere else, and then you re-sign the top rank. Like you're not gonna get those fights. And I really feel like if Bob was really gonna make the Lomachenko fight, he would have gave Shakur Kambosos.
Yeah, yeah. That would have made sense. That would have made sense. But I think Shakur is missing some offense from his game. Say when he fights this Outram guy, he's gonna have to put on an offensive display. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to show that he's willing to engage, or he's gonna become one of those fighters that, he's gonna become a fighter that nobody want to see, in the ring. And then a lot of fighters don't want to fight that style. They don't want to fight a defensive fighter. They put Floyd off for a long time. What I'm saying? Dubbing him a defensive fighter, but we know Floyd is more than that. He's way more than, much more than that. But you don't want to be dubbed a defensive fighter. What I'm saying? Somebody who's not going to engage and you got to chase down. Like I said, yeah, it was a sleeper that Edwin DeSantos fight. That was his signature fight to come out. He should have put if he would have put some offense in that fight and put some hands on Edwin DeSanto, he would be a star right now. His star would be so much bigger than it is right now. Right now, he's back to being just average type of guy. You know what I'm saying? He need to get in there and put the hands on Lomachenko and what I'm saying, on a name and really put some offense out. And I think if people see him as an exciting boxer, and what I'm saying, he'll be able to go to that next level. But right now, what I'm saying, they just look at him like, man, he's a chicken. What I'm saying? He's a dude that's just gonna stay back and box, scrape you with lefts and rights, and use his speed and reflexes. And a lot of casuals don't like that shit. What's going on, VA?
And I don't know what's up with these guys not wanting a rematch. Like, that's weird. Like, is this gonna be the era of no rematches? Like, what are we talking about?
I'm like Devin. People already don't like you. People already think you pussy punk ass. It's like, bro, if you don't stop getting on these interviews, talk about, oh, I see his character. He'll do anything to win. I don't think I'll rematch. I'm like, bro, are you crazy? You could tell he's not from the streets. You could tell Devin is definitely not from the streets. He don't have the nigga code. The nigga code is not in him. You know what I'm saying? For him to make a statement like that, like, bro, I'm surprised Bill didn't say pull his coat, say, son, don't ever say that you don't want the rematch. You know what I'm saying? Because people are already looking at you like you got dusted in there and you got humbled. It's no way. You're supposed to say, man, I want that shit outside of boxing. I want that shit at the playground. I want that shit everywhere we can have. I would be hounding Ryan, you know what I'm saying, for that rematch. Even if I get my ass whipped, at least people see I ain't, what I'm saying, I'm not damaged. I'm here. I want that fight. I want my revenge. You know what I'm saying? That would be a bigger fight. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, VA?
What's going on, man?
What's happening? What you got on this?
So in regards to the rematch, if I was Devin Haney, I wouldn't take the rematch either. Boxing's a dirty game. Boxing's a dirty game, man. And as we all know, they didn't even know that this guy was on steroids until after the fight. So how is it going to help him if he just does it again? And that Ryan doesn't care, right? So you get the rematch. Maybe this time Vada doesn't release any information. Maybe he just does steroids and Vada don't say nothing. You know what I mean? So and you get. Go ahead.
So you don't think it's important for Devin to repair his image? You know what I'm saying, as a fighter?
I think his long-term health is even more important than that.
Honestly. I mean, you think? I mean, I would think that with the light shining on him,
rematch Margarito, he for real almost killed him in them.
Yeah, but you knew what Margarito was doing exactly. You knew how he was getting away with it and everything. So the second fight, you already knew, okay, let's watch the hand wraps. Whereas the first fight, you know what I mean? Like, did he rematch him right away? Nah, he didn't rematch him right away. It was like a couple of years down the line. You know what I mean? So with this stuff, where like,
but you do know Astrazine is not a steroid, though, right?
So, what was selective androgen
receptor? Well, he had other shit in the system too. Now,
no, they say he didn't have it. They say he didn't have that.
Didn't they have? Didn't it pop up?
They said your body makes nandrolone naturally, so
who says that? Who says that? Who says
that's the science of it. Your body makes nandrolone naturally, but when you have more, they can tell if you're using it to put more in your system, or if you're if it just your body just made it naturally. So that's why when it first came out, they said the nandrolone was unconfirmed because they had to run a test to see if it was a natural level of nandrolone or if it was something that he put in his system. So they came out and said that he didn't get popped for the nandrolone because whatever it was a natural amount that's supposed to be in his system. So the only thing he's in trouble for right now is the Ostarine.
We're not talking about whether or not he's in trouble. because nandrolone, commonly known as decadurabolin, that is a steroid. That's an anabolic steroid. You know what I'm saying? Bodybuilders use that. It's a very potent drug.
Bro, I did the research. I'm telling you what they said. They said your body
Yeah.
can make it naturally, but depending on the levels, they decide whether you was taking it or if your body made it naturally.
So let me ask you this question. Why isn't it that every fighter who does VADA testing or any type of Olympic testing, why is it that every fighter doesn't pop for decadurabolin or nandrolone? Why is that?
I don't know. Maybe because they don't release the information and put it out in the news for somebody to report before they run an extra test to make sure it wasn't done unnaturally. We don't know that.
So nandrolone is an anabolic steroid synthetically made in labs. It's been this way for 50 years. This science where people are saying that you have some nandrolone in your system, this is not something. This is not something that will pop a test where, like, I don't know how to understand it. Like, I've been following bodybuilding for like 15 years.
But I'm just
So
telling you what they
I
said,
know
though,
exactly
bro.
what nandrolone is. I know exactly what nandrolone is.
But did you? No, I hear what you're saying. But did you see what they said when the reports came back about the nandrolone? I'm just going off what VADA said. I'm just going off what they said.
I know that. What I'm trying to tell you is that VADA is not what you think. VADA is not an organization where you listen to what they say.
I know exactly what VADA is.
No, so you have to already know what these drugs are before you sit and listen to what these people are saying, because you can't take stuff like you can't take none of these drugs and beat drug tests. I said last time I was up here, Dylan White, he got popped for Deanna Ball on a UCAT test. 3 days later, he tested VADA, was clean. 9 days later, another drug test was clean for VADA.
But you know, VADA's not doing the testing. All VADA is doing is picking up the things and taking it to the lab to get tested. VADA don't test nobody. They're just the middleman.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they're in charge of releasing the information. So what I'm saying is that when Dylan White got popped for Deanna Ball, they just chose not to release. They just said that he was clean. Who's going to say that he's not clean?
But this is what I'm saying. This is where this argument is going to go then. Like, trust me, I've done a ton of research on VADA. I've done a ton of research on Victor, right? I know how deep it goes. I know how the corruption works. But for the sake of conversation, we have to use what they're releasing, because otherwise we're never going to get anywhere with any conversation. Because we could say, how do we know that the fighters they testing ain't popping dirty and they ain't saying nothing? How we know that Devin ain't get tested, he popping? So we can go anywhere with that, and you're going to go with whatever your bias is to make your decision. So what I'm doing is I'm just going off what they're releasing and what they're saying, because other than that, then it's just whatever you think it's going to be.
No, so what you just said is exactly what it is. What you just said is exactly 100% what it is. Guys might have something on them in their system, and they'll VADA will be like, "Yep, you got it this time. You popped this time. You have masterone in your system this time." Where in which that same fighter knows, yo, something's going on, because I've been doing this shit every fucking fight. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's what the problem is. Right, so that's when what's her name pops for masterone. She's like, something's up. Eddie did something.
Right.
I'm on this stuff. Look at Anthony Joshua. You don't think he's on steroids?
But what I'm saying is, for the sake of conversation, you get what I'm saying? Like when we're having the conversations with, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But trust me, I know the rabbit hole runs deep.
Listen, so Margaret Goodman.
Believe me, 2 cents know all. She know the damn rabbit hole because she on all the conspiracies.
Yeah, so
she knows.
This is NSAC. This is Nevada State Athletic Commission. What body is? They position themselves to be like a third party, but they're not a third party. There's NSAC. Margaret Goodman, she's NSAC. Her husband, NSAC. All these people, they're all the same people. They're there to control basically boxing to benefit sports books. That's all that is. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Everybody's talking about Victor Conte's selling steroids. He probably is. You get what I'm saying? How you're gonna pop for nandrolone and then say, "Oh, it's naturally occurring in your system"? What are we talking about? Everybody knows Deanna Ball. Everybody knows Decador bowling is a bodybuilding steroid to create more muscle and increase explosiveness. And then now they're putting out information that might be like that might help Brian Garcia, and we're repeating it. Oh, that might be some natural stuff. Like, if you don't already know what Nandrolone is, then don't say anything. You get what I'm saying? Because like, how do you know that it's a fact? You get what I'm saying? It's just something that they just released. I never heard of this. I've been researching Nandrolone 15 years. I never heard of this. You get what I'm saying? And then if it is a fact, then why is it popping on his drug test? And everybody takes this drug test. Why it hasn't? No need to don't pop for Decador bowling. You get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Not to cut you off, but let me ask you a question. And for some reason, if you say anything other than Ron Garcia is a cheater and that's the reason why he won, people think you defending him and doing all that. I'm not. I like to ask a lot of questions. So my question is, are you telling me that all a C+ fighter has to do to be an elite fighter is take steroids?
100%.
Because you would agree that there are plenty of fighters that get beat that take steroids.
So I gamble boxing, right? I started my first fight that I ever gambled was Brian Rose versus Carson, right? This was in, like, I think 2014, 2015, around that time. The fight, I was living in the UK, so the fight was in the UK. Brian Rose is a British fighter. I knew that Carson, his name was Carson Jones. You can look it up. I knew that he was on steroids because I watched him fight Kell Brook. He actually lost that fight, right? But he beat the hell out of Kell Brook, and Kell Brook was like the #1 welterweight outside of Floyd at that point. So when I heard that he was moving up in weight to fight Brian Rose, and I watched Brian Rose fight Boo Boo, I was like, yo, he's a live dog. So I went and put money. I didn't even know how to bet, but I went and put money based off of my knowledge of Carson Jones being on enhanced and steroids pretty much. I put the money down like 20 minutes before the fight, went to KFC, walked back home. By the time I got home, the fight was over. He knocked him out in the first round. When Floyd fought Manny Pacquiao and they were doing USADA testing, I know that Manny Pacquiao's on steroids. I know the effect of Manny Pacquiao going off steroids is going to be him being less aggressive, less explosive, and less of what we know him to be when he's on. So I put $15,000 on that fight and won. You get what I'm saying? So this is not some stuff like, I'm not a leisurely talk about steroids and boxing type of guy. I know the effects of steroids in boxing. I know from
I get that, but you're talking about two elite fighters in Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather. My question is,
Carson Jones is not elite. Carson Jones had 8+ losses when he stopped Brian Rose. Who
was Brian Rose an elite fighter?
He was a top middleweight at that point in time. He fought Boo Boo before. I think that was Eliminator. So at the time, Brian Rose was a top guy at light middleweight. He stopped him in 2 minutes. A guy with 8 losses moving up from welterweight.
So do you think if Regis Prograis took steroids, he could have beat Devin?
It would have looked the same as what it would have looked very similar to Ryan Garcia, probably even better. Because
no,
it would look very I'm trying to tell you. So the way you punch, like your so you ever been to the gym, the boxing gym?
Have I ever been to a boxing gym? Absolutely.
So you sparred before too?
Yes.
So when someone goes to punch, right? They kind of load up a little bit. They have like a tell on their punch because that tell is for them to try to get power into their punch. They have to sink their hips or they have to cock back a little bit.
Your mic is real staticky. It keep going like it sound regular, then it sound real staticky.
Yeah, y'all making some great points. So I'm trying not to, because y'all cooking right now. You know what I'm saying? So you got a better mic or something? I mean, yeah, they talking about it in the comments, but
my internet trash.
Oh, it's your connection.
I think so. I'm gonna get a better one next one. I'm just because I'm not on this like that. All I need it for is browsing and stuff like that. My bad, man. But all I'm gonna say is when you're on enhancements, when you're on drugs like HGH and steroids, what happens is you become more explosive and more sudden, right? to the point where you don't really have a lot of tells on your punches. So if you can imagine a guy throwing a power punch and not having to cock it back or not having to do anything to load it up, it just comes out, and then it's the most power punch you ever felt in your life. You're not gonna beat this guy unless you have the same thing going back at him. You get what I'm saying? So all this talk about like steroids is a huge deal, and passing a drug test, any drug test in 2024 while using steroids is not a thing. It's not real, right? So like I said, when Dylan White passed that Deanna Ball test for VADA, I knew right then and there for 100% fact VADA is not a credible organization, period. There's nothing else to it.
But VADA is not doing the testing though.
Yeah, but they're releasing so.
Oh, you're saying they're getting the results?
Yeah, so whether or not they do the testing is irrelevant. What I'm saying is that they cannot be trusted. I'm saying. So
let me ask you a question. Did you
a drug test is clean?
Did you suspect when you seen Ryan's performance? Did you look at that performance and be like, that nigga look like he been taking PEDs? Like, did you feel like that?
They're both on PEDs. They're both on PEDs. It's not like so. PEDs, Osprey is a PED. Nandrolone is completely different. You get what I'm saying? Like there's
no, but I'm asking, when you seen his performance, was you like, that nigga was on something? His body looked different. Like, you know how a lot of people say when you seen Terrence Crawford in that Spence fight, he looked how he never looked before. His back, people was like, damn, that nigga looked like he might have been. Some people's sentiment. So I'm asking, like, when you seen Ryan Garcia, did you kind of feel like, oh, he looked like he could be on something?
I didn't feel that he was on steroids. No, I didn't feel like that. But I want you so you say a lot of overly simplistic things. So Devin Haney's on performance enhancing drugs also, right?
But you would agree Devin Haney didn't look like he normally does. To me, he looked way smaller than he normally do before his other fights. He didn't look as muscular. Like, Devin Haney looked a lot different in this fight than he does in his regular fights. And then I seen Victor Conti post a video saying he didn't work with Devin this fight. They worked together from a distance. So I thought that was odd.
Yeah. What I'm saying is there's a humongous difference between normal performance hands-on drugs, which would be like CJC, 595, Relin. You know what those are?
I can't understand nothing you saying. It's just staticky.
Do you ever heard of JCC 25 and Ipamerelin?
No, I haven't.
Those are peptides. Right? Those are the drug of choice of most professional athletes today, right? But even as good as they are, and as effective as they are to make you more athletic, they're nothing in comparison to anabolic steroids. So Ganol, Nandrolone, Decadorbolin, Masteron, the stuff that Devin Haney on is nothing like the stuff that this guy got popped. So it's like when you see DDs, it's almost like misleading. You get what I'm saying? Steroids now, like as I'm thinking it now, you can't put steroids in the same classification as performance enhancing drugs anymore. Right? In boxing, maybe in football you can, in boxing you can't. Because steroids is different than the growth hormone secretagogues that everybody uses. It's different than normal testosterone, which can't be.
Bro, you might have to go out and come back in. You sound like you underwater.
All right, I'll go back and come back.
Now here, like Tucson said, they saying that it's they said a drug type, Austrian is a type of drug selected. Something he says it's not a PD, but what it does. It affects your receptors or some shit like that. It says that if the tells your muscles to grow, it's a dietary supplement, but it's banned by the World Anti-Doping Agency. It says so basically, it still helps you. You know what I'm saying? It still helps you, build muscle. It still, gives you an advantage in the fight. So it's like, if he's taking that, how he's not masking the other shit that he haven't flushed out? If he's willing, my thing is, if you're willing to take some shit if you're willing to take some shit, right? It's like, you could be masking other shit too. If you already proved that you're willing to get an advantage in the fight. So, Devin don't have shit in his system. He didn't pop dirty for nothing. The only reason people are looking at Ryan sideways is because he popped dirty for something. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I mean, I don't understand why, people don't understand that. It ain't no hate against Ryan. Ryan got all the love, look like it. Devin got all the hate, but Devin isn't the one who popped dirty for anything. You know what I'm saying? So, that's why everybody's like looking at Ryan like he's guilty because he popped dirty in batter. So it's like that's
I
what it
mean,
is.
he guilty no matter what they say. It don't matter if they come back and say, "Oh, your supplements was contaminated." It don't matter what they say. Ron Garcia is
Yeah, but
guilty
why would you
of
pop?
using
Why would you
PEDs.
have you ever seen anybody that let's say he didn't pop, then he would have the victory, right? But you popped at VADA, you know what I'm saying? That is a doping agency, you know what I'm saying, for banned substances. So, that's why he's getting the criticism that he's getting. And you know what I'm saying, if fans, you got fans out there don't care if Ryan had 4 steroids in the system. You know what I'm saying?
I
You know what
mean,
I'm
just
saying?
like
So they,
people didn't care that fucking Tyson Fury had a whole floppy glove. Like they act like they eyes didn't even see that.
right, you know what I'm saying? So my thing is, let's just keep it a G. You know what I'm saying? It's like we want fighters to be on an even playing scale. I don't care what are you talking about their skills. Once you negate the rules of boxing, now you killed yourself. Ryan has nobody to be upset with except for himself. You know what I'm saying? You can try to hold Devin accountable, but he just gave him a get out of jail free card when he popped dirty. That's all I'm saying. And for folks, who wanted Devin to take that L, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you have to step back now because, Vada just kind of messed that victory up for Ryan Garcia. Could he have beaten Devin without it? Probably, maybe, but we'll never know. You know what I'm saying? Especially with Devin not talking about taking the rematch. And I think that's really doing more damage to Devin than anything by not taking the rematch, in my opinion. Go
But I
ahead.
mean, it's like I really hate kind of talking about this because everybody think whatever you say you defending Ryan, but I'm not. I'm just giving a perspective and making a point. Like we forget that Devin works with Victor Conti. Did we forget that?
Yeah, I mean, but he haven't popped for Vada though either.
No,
You know what I'm
he
saying?
haven't. But I'm
He
just
hasn't
saying
had. Yeah, I mean,
he's
I
not
follow
going
you on
to
that too.
though.
Yeah,
He's
but
not
I mean,
going to.
if Devin would have went out there and did what Ryan did to Devin, if Devin would have did that to Ryan, then I would have been like on here screaming like hell no. I would have been like hell to the hell no, hell to the hell no. Ain't no goddamn way he went out there and knocked Ryan around like that. You know what I'm saying? Without some shit in his system, I'd be the first to say it because I was looking at him to see what he looked like against Regis, and he just used speed and stuff. You know what I'm saying, against Regis, right? And knocked him down. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't no crazy power. Like Regis was kind of coming into the punches too. But if he would have went out there against Ryan and he would have mollywhopped Ryan, I would have been the first, been like, man, that shit don't look right. That shit, Devin ain't got that kind of power. I don't believe it. And I was saying that in my live streams. I said, if you go out there with some extra shit, you know what I'm saying, it's not gonna be right. It's gonna be questionable with that snack program. Um, but
But
he
too,
went out
just
there.
like this comment right here, when they say Michelle Rivera cheated, I always say that Michelle Rivera popped for stuff for diuretics for trying to cut weight. He didn't take no steroids or nothing. He didn't. He got caught trying to take something to cut weight,
Well, he couldn't
and
take steroids. He was already passing out before the damn fight. He
so
he he
and that's
he
because he was
passed out
trying to
like
make
3 or 4.
weight.
Yeah, he passed out like 2 or 3 times in training, so they knew he was weight drained. So that's why Frank, that's why I'm gonna have to say it. That's why Frank looked so good. That boy, he was sluggish in the fight, Mike Riera, and he was crying after the fight. You know what I'm saying? That you wasn't supposed to be fighting at that weight class, bro. You too big for that. And it showed. Frank put a mollywop on your ass because you were weight drained. You didn't have the energy to keep up. Frank was just too fast. He was healthy at that weight, and you wasn't. So of course he popped dirty. You know what I'm saying, using all that different shit trying to get down. But the shit is banned. You know what I'm saying, the shit is banned. Another thing we got to look at too. Devin made the weight. So he was weak. When you cut that kind of weight and you forced to make the weight, Ryan didn't have to make the weight. He was healthy. He
But
was at
my
a healthy
question to
weight.
that pull is like, why are you so weak fighting at your own weight class?
But that's not his weight class. We know the boy is big. He too big. Just like EJ, he's cutting down to 147. He did it successful for many years. But at a certain, you already know this as a boxing fan.
Nobody give a damn that Earl Spence was weight drained in that fight, pull. Nobody.
Oh, I
Nobody
know, but
ever brings that up when they talk about that Terrence Crawford fight.
I know, but I'm just saying he stayed at the weight too long. And then when you have your biggest fight, and because EJ said he been done with that weight class for a long time. He been saying it's hard to make the fucking weight, but you went ahead and took the fight. So that's what I'm saying about Devin is that he's too big for these weight classes. Teofimo Lopez was too big for 135. That's why he took an ass whipping in his last fight at 135 because he was too big for the goddamn weight, straining to make that goddamn weight. You know what I'm saying? These fighters got to fight in the right weight classes. So when they cut down, Ryan didn't even he was smart. He didn't even try to make the motherfucking weight. You know what I'm saying? He said, hell no. He said, I want to come in strong. He said that. I want to come in strong. And that's what he did. He came in strong. Devin was recovering from his weight loss, saying make the weight professionally. Say, are we going to hold these fighters to a professional standard anymore? EJ never missed weight. You know what I'm saying? Even when he had fat camps, even though when he was drained, he never came in overweight. You know what I'm saying? Are we going to hold these guys to the standard that they're supposed to be held to? Or are we just going to, depending on how we feel about the other fighter that they're fighting, you know what I'm saying? Are we just going to let them off the hook for that? Even though Devin accepted the money, it's still, I think it was an unfair playing field. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I just think it was an unfair playing field, and Devin took the worst of it. You know, he got paid, but he took a ass whipping. You know what I'm saying? At the same time. So yeah, look at Canelo. You know what I'm saying? But Canelo is a whole nother ball game. What's going on, VA? You back? VA, VA, you back? Okay,
Yeah, yeah. How do I sound?
sound better, man. Sound a whole
Yeah.
lot better. So y'all want to get back on
You
that?
just gotta speak a little louder. But yeah, man. I mean, I really can't wait for all this shit to be over with. Because the decision, the court of public opinion has already decided what they're gonna decide, right? So
Right.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at this point. Like, he guilty. He was on PEDs. That's why he beat Devin Haney. And it is what it is at this point. So either they gonna probably suspend him for 6 months or whatever, because um he got caught
That's
with
no
it
punishment.
in his system and he's not supposed to have it. But even with the suspension, I think Baumgartner got her suspension overturned. So
What's wrong with Bumgarner?
she got caught with steroids in her system.
Yeah, but I said, what's wrong with her?
What you mean? What's wrong with her?
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you too, son. You
Oh,
know what I'm saying? I'm
I was
just
gonna
fucking
say
with you. You know,
she. I think I
she,
heard she
she.
got her suspension overturned. So
So I see what you saying. So you saying because since guys think Bumgarner pretty and they let her get away with it, and the women think Ryan pretty, so they think he should get away with it.
hey, pretty privilege is a real thing. Pretty privilege is a real
Did you see
thing.
the interview on Champ's side where he was interviewing Ryan, and there was a guy that was on the side of the interviewers and stuff. He's talking about you pretty. He was saying to Ryan, you pretty as shit. You pretty as shit. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what?
I did not see that.
Oh, you got to go see that shit. That shit was out of bounds. He was yelling that shit too. And he was like, because I think Champ said, how he do his interviews, and he was caught Ryan outside. And he said, man, you pretty as shit, man, you pretty. I was like, Ryan walked off. I guess Ryan said, hell no. Oh my goodness, that shit was crazy, boy. Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
she popped.
it's the Wilder effect. Just like people didn't like Deontay Wilder and they was happy he lost, no matter by any means necessary. Like, and the thing is, Tyson Fury has a history of cheating. That's the thing. It's not like this was just a one-time thing. The man had a history of cheating, but nobody could
Yeah,
believe that he cheated in the Wilder
that
fight.
nigga. I mean, he like goddamn Victor Conte himself. That nigga is the poster child for goddamn PEDs and shit and cocaine. You know what I'm saying? That dude there, he could probably sell. He could sell a gram anywhere on earth and shit. He says, "Da, you talking about Da? Da was going off on your mic. That's all. He says Victor Conte say he know how to pay. Yeah, he knows how to pass that shit. You know what I'm saying? Devin better get with him and get some goddamn power because his next fights are going to be. He can't keep making 140 and being weak like that. He's really going to have to figure out something because if he can't compete with Sabri Matias and all the other guys, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be hard for him to go up to 147, you know what I'm saying, and find a fight that he can win. You know what I'm saying? So, he's gonna have to he's gonna have to do some soul searching and see what he wanna do. Because if he can't beat Ryan, you know what I'm saying, if he can't beat them guys at 140, I don't see him being able to compete at the 147 division. You know what I'm saying right now. So it's gonna be pretty ugly. But let me ask you guys about your boy right here, about your boy. You know what I'm saying? You got Aerosmith Jr. coming back, and they talking about he is going to be fighting Fedor for the WBC title. And I just kind of want to get y'all an idea of what y'all think we're going to see in that fight.
I don't even know, Paul, be honest with you. I hope he take a tune-up. I really do. At first, I was like, I don't want him to fight Ryan Garcia, but he need to fight somebody. He has to take a tune-up.
And you think Ryan Garcia is a tune-up? You think Ryan Garcia, you think he can like really bring something to
I think it's a
Aerosmith
dumbass
Jr.?
fight, but he just need to get in the ring with somebody, and that'll be, for some reason, people really want to see this fight and calling for it. So I feel like it'll be maybe a nice payday, and he'll be able to get in the ring and get some rounds in. But I don't
You
I
think
don't
he
see it
needed?
being a competitive fight unless Earl Spence is just completely washed.
Man, I think that's what Ryan calling him out though.
You
I
think he
think
knows some? You think he sees something?
Well, I mean, he trained. He's down in the training camp. I mean, I don't think EJ's been in that gym for a minute. Um, I seen him and Frank Martin on a video on. They were working out somewhere, but I don't think it was in Derek's gym. And then for Ryan to use all the drama between Derek James and Eric Spence Jr. putting it out. That's one thing I don't like about Ryan. Saying all the clout chasing shit. Saying especially putting EJ and Derek shit out there on blast and stuff like when he ain't got nothing to do with that shit. That's just that old pussy ass shit I don't like. But he's using it. Saying it's to try to sell a fight between him and Eric Spence Jr. So I just think that's just kind of crumb bomb, man. It's like, bro, stay in your lane, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you want to fight, just ask them out. Just call them out. EJ will probably fight you. You know what I'm saying? You down there in Dallas, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and ask him for the fight. See what he say. Even though I think it'll be a bad look for EJ. Especially, EJ can't fight him at no 147. What he's gonna do? Come up to 154 and fight EJ? Well, EJ probably be a lot stronger. You know what I'm
That's what he
saying?
say he
That
gonna do. And I'm
shit.
like, that's a horrible style matchup, bro. Like your body is gonna be out of there.
Mm, 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 mm.
That's a horrible style matchup. And
Th-
I don't know. I think people really thinking this fight might come to fruition. And I never in a million years was like, I want to see Earl and Ryan. Like that's
Right. You know what I'm
never
saying?
ever even crossed my mind.
But the other thing about that, 2 Cent, is Errol is not going to get credit for knocking out no Ryan Garcia. That should be like a
I think it would have
non-fight.
to be at catchweight.
Yeah, but what kind of credit is EJ going to get for beating Ryan in the scheme of things? If EJ go out there and starch him in one round, it's going to
Right.
be nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's expecting Ryan to win. So Ryan once again has nothing to lose to go out there and get a fight. Where Earl Smith, he got everything to gain, and if he lose, he's supposed to lose. So, you know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like, what is the incentive for EJ besides getting some rounds in, or maybe a couple of few rounds in, against
I,
Ryan
I think
Garcia.
it'll be Mikey Garcia 2.0.
Yeah, I think at some point in the fight, Ryan will realize that he's overwhelmed, physically, and that he can't, that left hook ain't working because EJ, he's used to fighting at a bigger weight, so you know what I'm saying. I don't think Ryan really want that kind of smoke. I think he just clout chasing because he's calling out every damn body, and you don't even know if he's going to be suspended or not.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
what I
like,
thought was weird too. Like, bro, let the investigation finish. You talking about you sending a contract for August? You don't even know if you're gonna
yeah,
be able to fight in August.
right. So in 6 months ain't really a suspension because these fighters only fight once, twice a year, some shit like that anyway. So that 6 months, that's a joke. That's really a joke. You know what I'm saying? Jason Fairwood says Errol ego's too big for tune up. Say he should fight Garcia since old boy gonna be out. Well, I think he just clout chasing because we don't know what really gonna happen with that. But I think it's an interesting matchup between him and Fandora. The only problem is EJ like coming off these layoffs, fighting top competition, and he's gonna learn one day that top competition becomes tougher when you're coming off a layoff.
Man, if he ain't learned by now, Pool, it's a wrap. If he did not learn by now, then he got to stop doing that shit because he's too old for that at this point, and he's been through too much. I feel like that shit probably was cool in your 20s before the accident and all that, but as you get older, these long layoffs really hurt these fighters. And
Yep.
then all the damage you've done to your body, if you still feel like you don't need a tune up, then that's I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I mean, he's a stubborn guy. That's that Texas shit. You know what I'm saying? These guys, they wear their steers and what I'm saying, they got their big cowboy hats and their farms and their cows and shit, and they got a lot of pride. I was watching The Rain. What's that guy name that grew up with EJ? And he was saying he's like that dude is stubborn, man. He grew up with EJ. The yellow. What's that guy name? The little rapper guy. They all kind of grew up together over there in DeSoto, Texas, and they were saying he's probably in the gym right now working out, man, for that to get back. So to get back in action. And um, he was just saying, man, he's not going to listen to reasoning. So that's not something EJ's going to do. He's just bullheaded, strong willed, and that's why we love the guy. You know what I'm saying? Because he is like that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, win or
But your
lose. You know what
greatest
I'm saying?
strength would be your greatest weakness.
Yep, that's true. That is the truth. He's a big payday though. He says Ryan's getting suspended. EJ versus Fedora is a fantasy fight, by the odds right out the gate for his comeback. He said, "I'm still riding with man down. It's overdue seeing him back." Yeah, you kind of once you had a certain status, what I'm saying, in boxing, nobody wants to go back. What I'm saying, and I understand that it could be at your detriment that you have to go back, but you still have to work your body. Your body got to get used to punches. You know what I'm saying? Your reflexes. You got to get your time in. But it's a lot of shit that you got to get together for a fight, especially somebody who's been active is Fundora. So Fundora gonna be kicking off. Now he took a little damage in his last fight against Tim Zoo, but you know what I'm saying? It's like he's still active though. So it's gonna be an interesting fight. I think it's gonna be one of them fights where EJ gonna face some adversity. You know what I'm saying? Because he has been off for so long. But that pedigree that EJ got, that experience that EJ got, should get him through that fight. Now I don't know how much is gonna tear him down, how much is gonna take out of EJ if it comes down to you know what I'm saying, a battle of the ages and they have a war in there. That's gonna tear down EJ just a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Because he's trying to pull out, he's trying to pull out. He's coming from so kind of like when you got a car and you don't warm the motherfucker up, you just keep jumping in it, and the shit's cold. And after a time, you keep doing that. That car is gonna, it's gonna be, the oil's gonna be messed up. You know what I'm saying? The engine's gonna be messed up, and it's the same with your body. You got to warm your body up. You got to prepare yourself. And EJ's not the best with doing that. You know what I'm saying? He's not the best. He's a guy with a lot of heart, a lot of willpower, and that's gonna hurt him in the end. Moving forward at 154. Let me see. DJ Worldwide Media says EJ should bite the bullet and go ahead and fight Keith Thurman. Yeah, I like that fight. It's a tune-up and a chance because they
Man,
both
Keith
been
Thurman
laid
can't
off.
even make it out of training camp.
Hey, even now Keith Thurman's like, hell no, I ain't fighting no EJ.
Yeah, Keith Thurman's
You know,
done. Keith Thurman's done, man.
yeah, yeah. This motherfucker sprang his damn finger and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I
Pulling
gotta make a
push-ups.
phone call. I'll be right back.
All right. he sprang his fingers, saying, doing push-ups and shit. He's like, hell no, I ain't fighting Tim Zoo. I told y'all that Tim Zoo fight wasn't going to happen, by the way, because Keith Thurman never fights a top guy coming back. So I was like, nah, my nigga, that's not happening. So EJ should bite the bullet and go ahead. Oh, I read that. Let me see. Said EJ
Yeah.
Kagan says EJ versus Fedora is a fight to make for EJ. Yeah, I think yeah. I want to see that fight anyway. Even though I think it's a high caliber guy, a guy that's active. Say I want to see EJ take on the challenge. He's a speculation. So dude pop dirty. He's a speculation. Dude pop dirty. That's what I say. Oh, that's you, VA. He says Spence needs to grab one of them 154 belts quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Cause I think this is last push for greatness. He said EJ is at his best when he's active in the ring 2 or 3 times a year. I think so too. You get well, that train. What I'm saying, it starts out slow, but once it gets going, it's a locomotive. And I think that's what he needs. I think he needs to get a steam going. And so he can go ahead and he can get up them hills and stuff that he need to get across. What's going on with Dante Boxing Talk? He says I can't say what Spence going to do till I see him back in the ring. I think that's all of us, man. We can't wait to see what he looked like. Hopefully he looked like something. What I'm saying? He don't look like a shell of himself. What I'm saying? At 147. Hopefully 154 do him some good. What I'm saying? Give him some strength. What I'm saying? And he can breathe a little bit. He can eat a couple of hamburgers, say get some strength. He says, Jason Fairwell says, I heard Fandora is having surgery for a broke nose. Is that true? Yeah, yeah, he heard this. Yeah, his nose was busted or whatever, and they were trying to snap. They were trying to put him in recess because of that shit. Because Terrence Crawford was trying to put the pressure on to fight Tim Zoo, and they was trying to put him in recess because of that. I was like, man, this whole champion recess shit is crazy. He says, hardcore casual. 254 says, so we got to wait till the end of the year for Spence versus Fandora. Shaking my head. Oh well. And is that when they said the fight was gonna be? Let me see. Let's see. Do they got? I don't think they got a date yet. Let me see. We got to see. Let me see. I don't think they got a date yet, but I don't think it's gonna be that long, my brother. I'm saying unless they said something. Did they say something? He says we
Yeah.
got. He said I personally think EJ would destroy Fandora. He says what you said, VA?
I haven't heard nothing about the fight.
Yeah, I don't think they got a date yet. He says I personally think EJ would destroy Fandora. He says that's a bad matchup for Fandora's style. And Dante Boxing Talk said, just not sure how much Spence got left till I see a great performance out of him. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying for sure. He said, Mr. Miles says Ryan is trying to capitalize on the story behind their situation. He says EJ old trainers training his opponent. Isn't that crazy? That would be whoo man, the storyline, what I'm saying? The ooh man, EJ would have to definitely not underestimate Ryan Garcia because those are the fights that these guys get for Lumaloom in. That's how you get for Lumaloom. You don't, what I'm saying, these fights where you're like so favored to win and that you're not training the way you're supposed to. You got to train like that motherfucker's gonna beat you. And I think that's EJ. I could see him. He's very arrogant in that way, where he think he's just so good that he can just beat shit out of people. But he better take Ryan seriously if he take that fight. He better take Ryan very seriously because who knows what the fuck he's gonna put in the system this time. What I'm saying? That motherfucker may come in there with some goddamn rocket fuel and shit in his shit. What I'm saying? And go in there and just knock EJ out the damn ring. He says, Fandora may be out to 25 per said Fedora may be out 25 per KO boxing. What is he saying? He might be out 25 point per. I don't know what that is. Yeah. He says hardcore casual. He says Fedora is gonna tell November, right? He's gonna. Oh, that's right. That's right. Because he said he gonna be out till. That's right. They said he was gonna be out till sometimes in November. Yeah, they suspend you over a certain period too. Um, say if you get hurt in the fight, they take so many days. Sometimes it's 30, sometimes 90, depending on if you got TKO'd, depending on if you got knocked out. What I'm saying? You have a 90-day suspension, what I'm saying, just so you could get looked after. So, he do have certain time to wait out the ring. Now I don't know if it'll be that long for November, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You know, but let me see what nobody is talking about. These other fights. Nobody's talking about Boots versus Cody Crawley. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's talking about these fights. Why you think that is, VA? VA, you there? Ennis
Uh,
versus Cody Crawley.
I don't
Nobody's
know,
talking
man.
about.
Like,
We got some.
yeah,
These
yeah,
guys
yeah,
are
yeah.
finally getting active
I'm on the
again.
lag, bro. I'm on the lag.
Oh, okay. Why do you think they're not talking about these fights? They're not talking about Shakur and Altram. They're not talking about Ennis and Crawley.
Yeah, so I was saying most 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 boxing fans now only want to watch the top names.
Hmm.
Matter of fact, hold on. Let me get my earpiece, man.
Yeah, I mean, this fight here. I mean, I don't think Crawley got a chance in hell to beat Ennis. You know what I'm saying? He he turned down the fight. I think they offered him 300,000 the first time, and I think he pulled out, trying to look for another opportunity, and then he came back once he signed with once Ennis signed with Matchroom. Now they seem like they're interested, what I'm saying, they got the fight going. But what I'm saying, I don't think Cody Crowley got a chance in hell. I mean, he even sound weak in the damn in press conference. But nobody seemed to be interested in this fight, and I don't understand why. Because they're talking about setting up Terrence Crawford versus Ennis in the next fight. The Turk wants to get that fight going. He's interested in getting Eddie Hearn to set up that fight. And if Terrence Crawford agrees, what I'm saying, that would have to put Terrence Crawford on a whole nother level for me. What I'm saying? Much as I be hating on damn Terrence Crawford and shit, what I'm saying, if he take that damn fight, I would look at him differently. What I'm saying? And it's probably always been about the money for him. Um, what I'm saying? So if he take this if he takes this fight after Boots defeat Crawley, what I'm saying, I would just look at Terrence Crawford in a whole nother light, bro. I mean, because the fight Boots Ennis, a young lion with that kind of skill, with that kind of size, what I'm saying, with that kind of power, um, I would say, man, this I have to give him his credit, man. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody really wants to face a dude, say that young and that dynamic with those kind of skills, right? That kind of skill set. This man stays in the gym. And that's another thing, Terrence Crawford, he stays in the gym. So they're kind of identical, but it's like a younger version of Crawford himself. You know what I'm saying? A guy that's hungry, a guy that's dedicated completely to the sport. um Shit, I would definitely have to look at Crawford in a different light if he takes that fight. Now I don't know how much money it's going to take to get Crawford into the ring, but they've been talking about this fight for a minute, and I think the Turk. I mean, hey, hands up to the Turk, man. I mean, like, really shout out to the Turk. The Turk is a boxing fan, man, because he's always calling for the fights that we want to see. He called for Canelo versus David Benavidez. Even though Canelo asked for an astronomical amount of money, saying 150 to $200 million to get in the ring to face David Benavidez. That tells you how much Canelo really respects David Benavidez, right? You know what I'm saying? Or he's just taking advantage of the situation. You know what I'm saying? That everybody wants to see that fight, so he's gonna capitalize on it as much money, even though that man has been his fucking interim champion for like 3 or 4 years, right? So if it takes 150 million to get him in the ring, and the Turk is able to do that, shit, he should be able. He should be able to. I got you, Tucson. He should be able to get this Terrence Crawford fight going. If he get Canelo in the ring, he get Terrence Crawford in the ring, and that's going to be crazy. Now, what's going on, Bowley Bowley in the building? What's going on, bro? He says, he said Crawley was a Mayweather sparring partner. Okay, what I'm saying? So he should know some shit. I've seen him fight before. What I'm saying? He's a decent fighter, but I don't really think he got nothing for Boots. I mean, he better have that shoulder roll on point. You know what I'm saying? He better have a shoulder roll if he gonna really fuck with Boots. He better have something. You know what I'm saying? And you seen how Boots was staring. Did you see the stare off in this fight? I mean, in this press conference between Ennis and Crawley. Did you see the press fight? The press for it? VA? Yeah, I just sent you the link, Tucson. Yeah, you the VA? Well, Boost was real intense. You know what I'm saying? I put the video up on my channel, and I mean, he just looked like he gonna really make this a showcase. Um he's gonna make this a showcase against your boy Crowley. And it's gonna I think it's gonna be ugly. I think he's really gonna go out there and he's gonna destroy Cody Crawley. He's gonna make him look like food, you know what I'm saying? But I just wish more people, you know what I'm saying, talked about this fight. And I'm gonna start bringing it up so we can, get some opinions on it. What you think, Toussaint?
Um, I didn't really know exactly who Cody Crowley was, but I did keep hearing about he pulled out the fight, he ducking the fight, and I feel like he kind of cleared that up when he said it was people negotiating on his behalf and he wasn't aware of it. And I mean, I'm not sure how true that is, but we do
Oh,
know that
he had
happens
a
in,
breakdown. Yeah, he
huh?
changed his management. He changed his management and shit. Oh, my bad. He changed his management. He changed, you know what I'm saying, a lot of things in his camp. So
So, I mean, I feel a tad bit different about the fight since that wasn't the truth. That maybe, he will come in there to compete. I mean, I don't think he gonna win or nothing like that, but I don't feel like he's quote unquote afraid of Boots. You know what
you
I'm saying?
defending Cody Crawley. You defending him. I
No,
just
no,
fucking.
no, no.
I just fucking with you.
But I think he gonna come in there to fight, which is what we really want to see. We just want to see somebody get in the ring with Boots that's gonna come in there to fight, give him a decent competitive fight. And but what I want to ask you is, how do you feel about Eddie Hearn being like, oh, 4,000 on the pre-sale tickets, and we might sell out and all this stuff, and then Crowley kind of called him out like, why didn't we have this fight where I'm from? I guess he got a big fan base wherever he's from. He's like, it's like 10 people in this press conference and they all your family. So I'm kind of wondering if Eddie is selling some little, if Eddie is trying to hype Boots up with the ticket sales and all that. Like, I wonder how honest he's being about that.
He's not being honest because people don't know who the hell Ennis is. He just signed up with Matchroom. He come from a black promotional Showtime. You know what I'm saying? And we already know when you feeding black fighters to the zone, you know what I'm saying? You got to sell them. You know what I'm saying? And, that's what Eddie Hearn does. He's a promoter. He's a salesman. So he's trying to pump up and introduce who Ennis is, and they everybody know in the hardcore box fan know who he is, but he don't have no shine on his name like that. So, but if he's fighting for Matchroom, if you notice that when black fighters fight for Matchroom or the Zone, you know what I'm saying, they're more respected over there because they seen as an Eddie Hearn fighters. You know what I'm saying? It's almost you know what I'm saying. It's like I don't want to go into it's like it's almost like the Zone versus PBC. People are taking teams off of promotional companies, right? So now he's on the Matchroom team. You know what I'm saying? He's going to pick up a lot more, I think, white fans and stuff like that because he's going to be seen, some by more white fans and stuff. So they're trying to promote him like that and acting like he's a big deal and everything. So he's not going to be a big deal off of beating Cody Crawley. That's just not going to happen. He's going to have to beat Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Because I do believe
Come on,
people
that's the
see
best fighter in the universe.
exactly. You see what I'm saying? So
He
that's
got
why
to
they
beat
need
the
to.
best fighter in the universe. Come on, we got to stop that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's who they're trying to make. That's what the Turk say he want to see. You're right. The Turk say he want to put up the money to see that. He didn't say he want him to fight EJ. You know what I'm saying? He said he wanted him to fight Terrence Crawford. So you know what I'm saying, and I think that fight would be do huge if they promote it right. If they don't wait 2 weeks before the damn fight like they've been doing. You know what I'm saying, to put this shit out there. You know what I'm saying, go ahead and build this shit up because this is something the boxing world want to see, and that will push Matchroom to a different plateau. You know what I'm saying? It'll put them on a whole nother level if they get a serious legacy fight like Terrence Crawford versus Jerron Boots Ennis. That would push Matchroom on another level. That would even push them. I mean, PBC would be coming from behind if they make that fight.
I
You know what I'm
wouldn't
saying? So,
say that, Pool, but it would be a big fight. But I don't think they're gonna. And a lot of people are like happy that Boots is with Eddie Hearn, and I mean, I'm okay. He
yep.
with Eddie Hearn, he gonna get some fights, but I mean, who is Boots going to be fighting? You get what I'm saying? Like, of course,
Well,
the Terrence Crawford, but are y'all telling me that that's the only person? Because everybody keeps saying Boots ain't fought nobody, Boots ain't fought nobody, and it's like, well, who you want Boots to fight? Terrence Crawford. Well, first of all, Terrence Crawford has to want to fight Boots, which he haven't shown any interest in fighting Boots. And I feel like what Turkey Al-Sheikh is going to expose is that you've been hearing these fighters talk about it's the money, it's the money, it's the money. But what I think is going to be exposed is that it wasn't the money. These fighters don't really want to fight certain fighters. I
Talk,
think
priest. Talk, 2 cents.
that's
Talk.
what's going to be exposed with this Turkey Al-Sheikh stuff. Like all these people thinking, yeah, now we're gonna get the best fighting the best because the money. And I'm saying what will be exposed is the money was never the real issue. It was never the real issue.
but that's what we got to see. You know what I'm saying? If Terrence Crawford take this fight, that's why I said we got to look at him
Talk to
in a
him, two
different
cent.
light. What'd you say, bro?
No, I said
What'd you
I'm
say?
telling 2 cents. Talk to him now. Talk to him.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but what if he accept the fight, Two Cent? What if
I mean, that'll be
Crawford?
great. That'll be great if he
Hmm.
say that. But listen, I'm one of the
Hmm.
belief that I don't necessarily believe Terrence Crawford needs to fight Boots. I mean, Terrence Crawford is on whatever path he's on. He's got whatever accolades he's gotten, and he's on his way out the door, right? So to speak.
Right.
Boots is in a whole nother generation of fighters. It would be great if they fought, but I just don't necessarily have to see that fight. And even if Boots loses that fight, that doesn't take away from who Boots is, because Terrence Crawford is quote unquote the best fighter in the universe. So what does losing to Terrence Crawford do to you? It doesn't do nothing. It doesn't do anything if you're fighting the best fighter ever on the planet.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people are like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what, I guess you could kind of measure him if he fights Terrence Crawford. And if he wins, that'll be awesome for him. But I mean, I think if he loses, it doesn't take away from him either.
Right. But
I get what you're saying.
it would give him status though. And you know what I'm saying? That would put him up there if he beat somebody who was undisputed twice. Somebody who still, because Terrence Crawford still look like he's in good form. He don't look like he lost too much of a step. So if he get in
Right.
there, he beat that type of opponent, it's gonna raise his stock, raise his profile. And that's why Eddie's fighting so hard, because he's 36. He's just right, to pass the torch on to Jerron Boots Ennis.
Yeah.
So that's why
It's
I
a
want that.
legacy fight. It's a legacy fight
Hmm.
for Boots, not for Terrence Crawford.
Hmm.
Terrence
Exactly.
And
Crawford
Boot
legacy
and
already
nobody
cemented.
will ever give Boots any credit, because it's like everybody keeps saying he got to fight Terrence Crawford. And that's what I was saying with him being over there with Eddie Hearn. Like, I don't see Eddie Hearn really, like, a lot of these promoters don't really understand how to push and promote black fighters. They really
Hmm.
don't understand how to make fighters stars, because I've heard Ellerby talk about this, and I don't know why people have a problem with Ellerby. Like, obviously they know the business, so I
Because
really
he used to
listen.
rub on Mayweather chest.
That ain't got nothing to do with him knowing the
Okay,
business.
my bad. I just thought I'd throw that in there. Hmm.
And he's saying that, like, it's great that like these fighters going with these promoters, but do they know how to make you a star? Do they know how to promote you to your market? Like, he's saying it's not as easy as it looks. And I understand that Boots will be able to have more fights over there with Eddie Hearn, and he'll be able to make his money and this and that. But Boots needs to be somewhere where they can make him a star, because he's that type of talent. And I don't want to see
Who are the
Andrade
stars?
2.0. I don't want to see Andrade 2.0, where
Yeah.
Andrade ended up with the PBC anyway. He ended up
Can
at
I
the
counter that
PBC
2 cent?
anyway. Yeah,
Can
go
I
Who
ahead.
counter
are the
that with a
stars in
question?
PBC? Who are the stars in boxing though?
Can I counter your point with a question, 2 cent?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
isn't it somewhat on the fighter though to promote themselves? Like, don't they got to have some personality and some charisma to promote themselves?
I mean, and they do. Wait, it's an echo.
Anyway, he ended up at the TV.
They do have to have, personality to promote themselves, and but see, it also matters. I feel like the fights that you're in, the times that you're fighting, like it's more to it than just having a personality to promote yourself. Shakur Stevenson, I feel like, does a decent job of quote unquote promoting himself. He's always on social media. He doing the interviews. He doing the podcast, but he's not a star. You get what I'm saying? And I think the level of competition you fight, I think the people you fight, where you fight, like all of this stuff goes into you becoming a star. Like, I don't know all the steps to it or nothing like that, but just listening to Ellerby talk, he talks about how that stuff matters. And Eddie Hearn is a great global promoter, but he's just now doing a decent job in the US. Now, I don't know if the Turkey Al Sheikh money will be able to make him be a better promoter in the US, but Eddie Hearn came into the US market with a whole bunch of money. He came into the US market with a whole bunch of money, and he didn't really do a great job. So I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, but if Jaron Ennis doesn't step up the competition and fight more names, or what people perceive to be names, he's going to continue to keep that question mark, and nobody's ever going to give him any credit, which is why I believe he should go to 54. Like, instead of trying to go for this undisputed. Yeah, you trying to go for this undisputed 147. But like I say, I never hold a fighter to against what their standards are. So if his goal is to be undisputed, then his goal is to be undisputed. If his goal is to be a star, then he needs to go to 154. So it just depends on what it is that he wants.
But it's like everybody. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, like, who are the stars in boxing right now? Like who are they?
Tank Davis.
You got Tank Davis. You got Canelo. You got Pitbull Cruz. If we honest, he's definitely becoming a star. He did what? Man, listen, that whole stadium was Pitbull Cruz fans for that fight against Rick Rowley. He had so many fans at that fight.
Superstar though? You think you're a superstar?
Nah, he's becoming a star.
Okay.
He's becoming a star.
How do we judge who's a star?
I like Pitbull.
Is it not too, so.
I think the only stars in boxing is Canelo, Tank, Anthony Joshua gonna sell anywhere.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
Ryan Garcia. If you
want
Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia. Yep, Ryan Garcia.
But Pitbull is becoming a star. Y'all don't sleep on that. I'm telling y'all.
Yeah, I see people support him. When you say star, what's the metric? You know what I'm saying? Is it not pay-per-view buys? So everybody he just named passed that, that
too.
No, I said becoming. They're building him up. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about, like, the PBC building up fighters to become stars. They're obviously building him up to become a star. Like, you can see it.
I mean, being a star to me is like, it's like multifaceted. It go with like pay-per-view buys, ticket sales, just popular culture. Like when you go to the barbershop and stuff, like who are people talking about on the streets? If you just mention a boxer's name to a random person, do they know who that is? Like if you say Ryan Garcia name, everybody knows who Ryan Garcia is. You say Canelo name, everybody know who Canelo is. You say Tank name, everybody know who Tank is. You don't even have to be a hardcore boxing fan.
I was gonna say the problem with creating a black star is that blacks in general don't buy pay-per-views like that. You know what I mean? It's very hard.
I think that's a myth, bro. I think that's a myth.
It's hard to get that black
dollar. What now?
It's hard to get that black dollar.
You ain't lying, because they don't be hitting my cash out. Them motherfucker missed that motherfucker. It's hard to get a goddamn 50 cents out of a motherfucker, boy. We don't. Well, you got to work hard to get black people dollar. Goddamn it! It's like you got to be
Unless
this big
unless you're
8 hours.
white, unless you're
No, it
Jewish,
ain't, Pull. I
unless you're
think
Jewish or
you
white.
just really
You know
don't be pushing it like that, Pull.
Shit,
You really don't be pushing it like that. Like a lot of guys like really push it. They like constantly through their whole stream. Like send me, they do that shit through the whole stream. You don't really be pushing it like that. You just kind of like talk boxing and stuff.
Either way,
yeah.
like black people, either way, the way that we
Before
talk up
that,
here.
I was pushing it. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying the way that we talk up here, we speak as though it's, you know what I'm saying, white people's job or Mexican Americans' job to support black fighters. We speak
Mm,
as though we expect them to be nice and I don't know, fair with blacks and their fighters or whatever like that. When inside of boxing, they're opposed to black fighters and the fan base. You get what I'm saying? And
I
so
get what you're saying.
you're reading the comment section, people complaining about, you know what I'm saying, white people not supporting black American fighters. They're not supposed to. That's your job. You get what I'm saying? And if you don't support them, how can you complain about someone else not supporting them? You get what
That's
I'm
true.
saying? So it's weird. It's weird the way I say it, but it's like, you know what I mean? If when Tank fought whoever before Ryan Garcia, and he only told 200,000 buys, listen, that's the cap. That's the black on black cap, right? If you're a black fighter, if Jerome Boost Ennis starts going pay per view today, I think the best he can hope for is 200 to 250. That's it. The Mexicans are going to come out and do the 800,000 and plus. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? A white fighter can do 800,000. If Crowley beats Boots, his next pay per view was going to be 900,000, some crazy shit. But Boots ain't going to get that because black folks ain't going to support like that. That's just the way it is. It's not, they're bad or no, it's just the way it is. It ain't a Mexican's job to buy Boots' pay per view. You know what I mean?
But
So,
to me that kind of got to do with the fact that like when you look at like African Americans, like boxing is like a third tier sport to us. You you know what I'm saying? We put like
yeah,
big in basketball, football, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Boxing is
Well,
like lower on the totem pole, whereas in Mexico it's like soccer and boxing, football and boxing.
or it's just a whole bunch more of them than it is of us. So we need to stop making love people out there. You know what I'm saying? We need to stop making some more black people and shit in this country and stuff. All that. You know what I'm saying? Some people want to
You can't
mix.
make black people. You can't make black people because we all think that we all say words like abortion. We all got family planning institutions inside our neighborhoods. You get what I'm
Yeah, we
saying?
do.
We don't realize that there is no such thing as abortion. You know what I'm saying? Abortion is a word used to describe something that's inanimate. When you take
Right.
life, it's killing. It's not abortion. You know what I'm saying? So they do that same thing in China, and China's about to disappear right now. They got 1 billion people, and within 100 years, it's going to be it's going to be less than a quarter billion. You get what I'm saying? So
So
Man,
basically, pool kind of boxing is telling y'all, let's make some babies so we get these pay-per-view buys up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we can support our fighters. Bowler Bowler says there's a goal. The goal was to first allow the public to see any skills. He says the guy at 147 shouldn't be too expensive, and by the time Ennis has gathered a few belts, say he'll move up and maybe get a big name. I can see. I mean, I can see. Yeah, exactly. You know, so that's how you're gonna move him over there. But Ennis, he's gonna have to fight a name like Terrence Crawford. He's gonna have to fight the name like Errol Spence Jr., Danny Garcia, Tim Thurman. I mean, damn, Keith Thurman. He's gonna have to get those names in the ring and go ahead and do his thing so he can get noticed. You know what I'm saying? Because he just can't beat up a Cody Crawley. And you know what I'm saying? Because I thought he did great against Roma Villa. I thought that was a great ass fight. I thought that dude is tougher than a lot more people know. The way he did your boy for Golden Boy.
Rashid
Yeah,
Ellis.
the way Roma Villa did Rashid let you know what kind of fighter Ennis really is. So but that's a hardcore boxing thing. That wasn't a fight that casuals going to tune into. So they're going to have to keep building him up until he gets some noticeable name to bring in some casuals. And I don't know why, but the promoters, they want the casual fan dollar. They don't care about the hardcore boxing fan dollar. So,
You know what's crazy,
Because
Paul?
they know we gonna be there, Paul.
The boxing don't care about the people that care about the sport the most. It's
There
a
you
weird phenomenon. It's like they're focused on people that don't watch the sport. And they don't care about the people that do watch the sport. It's almost like an abusive relationship. Like, we don't give a damn what y'all want. We're gonna make all these weird, crazy fights and fantasy fights that don't make no sense and move people up weight classes and do all this shit that don't make no sense because the people we want to watch the fights are into this. This what they want. So it's almost like as a hardcore boxing fan, you're always going to be complaining.
It's
You're
because
always
they know
going
we
to.
gonna be there. 2 cents. They know we gonna be there. We gonna be there regardless. They got out. They got us already. They know that we gonna be there.
oh yeah,
Really?
little Ellaby, he said as much. You know what I'm saying? He said they don't care about it. So they're all about getting that casual fan money. You know what I'm saying? Because the pool of people that really follow boxing is really small. Um, you know what I'm saying? To support the black fighters, you know what I'm saying? The fan base is really small. So they really go to look for those casual fans, somebody like Ryan Garcia who can pull in another demographic. You know, those fighters
Mm-hmm.
that can affect different demographics and add on to the pool. That's what they're looking for. You know, and Tank, he's one of those guys that can bring in a lot of casual fans. That's why he's so successful. hmm
Yep.
You know, because he's a knockout artist type. Well, I ain't gonna say a knockout artist, but y'all know what I'm saying. He's an exciting guy that looks to hurt his opponents, and that's
I mean that
exciting.
that that best fight the best stuff is really a myth.
Hmm
Right.
Yep.
Like
It is.
we can keep saying that and screaming it all day, but boxing is a sport of business, right? So we can want to see the best fight the best all we want to, but it's a rare thing. Like, is the best fighting the best not a rare thing in boxing? So I don't understand
Nope.
why we keep crying for it. And
Because it's go ahead.
people really think this Turkey Al Sheik is going to bring that out of boxing, but I mean, Bull, do you think Turkey Al Sheik has put on best fighting the best fights? Because to me, if he would have made Anthony Joshua versus Wilder instead of putting them on the same card, then I would have been like, oh, okay, he really finna be trying to come in here and do something. But he came in, did the same thing all the other promoters do. They use Wilder name to promote that card and just put him and Anthony Joshua on the same card, but didn't let them fight each other.
Mm.
Well, what it
You
is
talking to
that,
it? Whew.
but what he's doing is he's asking these fighters like Terrence Crawford. You know, he's giving them an opportunity to fight these fights, like Canelo fighting David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? He's giving them an opportunity. Now, that's why I said if he can make those fights, you know what I'm saying, he's going to be a new power in boxing. If he can give the people what they want, it's kind of like Rome and the gladiators. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you can impress the people, if you can wow the people, give them what they want, action. You know what I'm saying? Blood and gore. You know what I'm saying? Giving them some of the fights that they're calling for. They're trying to promote, their brand over there. So if they can give us Ennis and if they can give us Terrence Crawford fight, then we looking at them different. Like, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? They the shit now. If they can give us all the fights that the fans been calling for, the hardcore boxing fans been calling for, then they're gonna ease their way into being a new power and controlling boxing. Because that's all the fights we're gonna want to see. You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean,
And
but
match.
they haven't put on. I mean, the Bivol Better BF card would have been a quote unquote best fight the best. But
Mhm.
other than that, what 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 fights have they put on? Like, this just was just what fights have they really put on that the fans have asked for?
You saying specifically
Nothing yet.
Turkey Al Sheik?
Yeah,
The heavyweight card was pretty good. Who was it? Joseph Parker versus Eli Zane. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
But it's just a start. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to come into the market with this. So they're trying to make a splash. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, they haven't done it yet, but for the things that he's calling for and the publicity that he's getting and the you know what I'm saying, letting the boxing world know that they're trying to make big fights. And you got people coming over there getting, big money. If he can get these veterans like Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, he can get them, you know what I'm saying, to go over there and get that money and make these big fights. They're going to be put on the map. They're going to be something to be dealt with in the future because if they got money like that, and they can pull these fighters out of out of their beds and stuff and get them into the ring. Shit, they're gonna be something, man. If he working with it like that, that's like when the zone came in, and they were just trying to get all these fighters in their camps, and they was offering people. I think they came out Aerosmith Jr. They came out all of them trying to get them to come over the matchroom. It didn't work back then, but it's kind of the
That's
same
what I'm
situation.
saying. Now, if everybody keep thinking money is the answer, it might not be the answer.
But I'm gonna say this though, 2 cents. Just because we don't in America, just because we don't look at as a fight as a big fight here, don't mean it's not a big fight over there somewhere. It could be a big fight internationally.
No, I
Internationally,
agree. I agree. I agree.
But when we say big fight, we're talking in terms of revenue. For me, I don't consider uh, social media engagement as a big fight. You,
right?
you know what I'm saying? Like if
Yeah,
you're doing
yeah,
100,000 plus, then okay, big fight. But if we're talking about 250, but it's like a ton of like you're going viral, the buildup is going viral on social media. That's not a big fight to me. So
Like,
I don't know what you mean when you say
what did
overseas big fight.
Cambosis? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
But
No,
they're
no, go
saying
ahead.
that the Turkey Al Sheik is not even being profitable with these fights. So, with
Exactly.
your definition of you basing the big fight off revenue, he ain't putting on no big fights.
Like, how much? What did does anybody? I probably don't nobody know yet, but I'd like to see what was the numbers on George Cambosis and Loma fight.
It might have been one. What I mean, Loma do like 150, right? 100,000, 150.
I don't know what Loma. I don't think did he ever go pay
But
per view.
Top Rank is not known for big pay per view doing big pay per view numbers, and neither is the Zone because that's not their business model.
But when
See,
they do these pay-per-view numbers, are they just talking about US numbers or are these global numbers is what I'm asking.
They
uh,
released some global numbers when Mayweather and Pacquiao fought. They released some global numbers. When Mayweather and Conor McGregor fought, they released some global numbers. But they usually don't release. Like you never hear about no global numbers. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing about pay per view numbers. The reason why I brought it up is because I know for a fact, like a couple years ago, every pay per view, every pay per view with a black fighter. Everybody used to be so, what I mean, wanting to know how many buys was the fight. But I know that with these other fighters, nobody tends to care. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody cares that Lomachenko is not a pay per view star. That he's not a, you know what I
Right.
mean? Nobody cares about like Pitbull. She's talking about Pitbull. Pitbull is not a pay per view star at all. He's not even close.
not
Nobody cares
yet,
that
but they're building him up to be.
David Benavidez, Bivol, none of these guys, but Peterviev, none of these
Oh,
guys are stars.
they're building up Benavidez too.
He did
But
like
that's what I'm
50,000.
saying. See, that's exactly what you're saying is the like at Top Rank. I don't have to build you up to sell pay per view numbers because at Top Rank you're like an employee, right? You get paid your guaranteed 2, 3, 4 M's a fight, and whatever pay per views you sell, that goes into Bob's pocket. Them fighters not getting no back end or nothing like that. Versus the PBC model, which at the PBC you kind of like an entrepreneur, like they pay you a
Yeah,
small guarantee and you get your money off what you sell, like you on commission. So
Right.
that's why it's such a big emphasis at the PBC about pay-per-view numbers because that's how you make your bread. So when
Yeah,
you got top ranked fighters and PBC fighters going back and forth and they're like, well, what's your pay-per-view numbers? The reason why it's an issue is because you're not going to come over here from top rank and want PBC to give you a big guarantee and you want this big split and we getting money off the back end and this is my audience you getting paid off of because you don't bring in no numbers. So that's what the issue be. That's why they're like, with the Devin and Tank thing, oh, why they worried about his numbers and this is because you asking for a certain amount of money but you don't produce that, so you eating off of me. You want me to overpay you to fight you. Versus at top rank, y'all not worried about that. Y'all about to get 3 M's a fight and y'all gonna call it a day.
yeah. Because ESPN gives them a budget.
Right.
That's how they pay the fighters.
Right.
And ESPN is losing money too. And they were having a discussion whether or not to bring back ESPN Plus because that's where the fights happen.
But you
I
but
know
you
what
don't
you're
see
saying.
videos about that though, do you? Like you
Nah,
did with Showtime and
nah.
and how Al Heyman destroyed Showtime and did all this. You don't see no videos about that. And I talked about that on one of my lives. Like I think Top Rank about to leave ESPN. Did he destroy ESPN Plus? Did Bob Arum destroy ESPN Plus?
Oh, he
Is Bob
couldn't. I
Arum
mean,
going
they
broke?
too powerful.
You right. They don't never spin it like that. They never spin it like that when it's the other side.
No, they too powerful. They
It's the
could
thing
vote
though that
ESPN if
we,
they wanted to.
I was gonna say that we all know what's going on, but it's like a lot of times when you go into like the boxing voice or even Coach Malachi's show,
Man,
it's
I
like
can't
a lot
stand
of
them
the
motherfuckers. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, but
Can't stand them.
like I understand why you say that, but it's like a lot of the fans, a lot of specifically the black fans, they just go along with like the narrative. It's like it's rare that you like people can think for themselves and know that listen, all these people are opposed to the PBC not because of their business model, but it's because of the guy that seems to be the face of the company is a black guy. And then the guy underneath him is another black guy, and the guy underneath him is another black guy. With Mayweather and Leonard Ellaby, people talking about his nose is big and shit like that. It's like, dude,
Right.
your boy Oscar has fishnets. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so everybody has embarrassing stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? But we're just talking trash about Floyd Mayweather, Al Heyman, and Leonard Ellaby. I hate PBC. You know what I'm saying? And this happened the last 2 years before PBC went down with Showtime. PBC, especially last year, had all of the biggest fights, with the exception of Loma and Devin Haney. All the other biggest fights that happened were PBC fights, right?
Right.
Top Rank didn't have another outside of, like I said, outside of Loma. Top Rank didn't have not one big fight all of last year. But all the fans talked about and hated PBC because they don't make big fights. Like that doesn't make any sense. But that's how people do it. Even black fans, they just whatever narrative the Mexican fan base or the white fan base is pushing, they just go all in line with it and start pushing it. Oh, I hate PBC.
But
Yeah,
most of
But
them
that's
but
won't
you
even
let
know.
me
accept it,
let
bro.
me make let me
Hey,
make two points
Bob
real
said.
quick.
hmm
Let me make 2 points real quick. So the first thing I want to say is like I think it's crazy how people can. When I first got involved in boxing, like I mean maybe 2012, 2013. Like I've always watched boxing, but when I made the conscious decision, like I'm finna learn how everything go in boxing. Like I love boxing. PBC was going out of business. PBC has been going out of business since I started watching boxing. And after about 3 or 4 years of that shit, I started being like, why do they keep saying this? Like this company ain't out of business yet. But what I think is weird is how people can say Al Heyman destroyed FS1. Al Heyman destroyed HBO. Al Heyman destroyed this and that. Al Heyman destroyed this and that. You're telling me Al Heyman destroyed his way all the way up to Amazon Prime? It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I don't even know how people keep believing this. Like, how does people keep working with Al if he's destroying whole networks? It
Right.
doesn't make any sense. And the thing that people don't see, like Top Rank versus PBC, is Top Rank is quantity. They put on a lot of fights. PBC is quality. They put on fewer, bigger fights. So it's two completely different things. And people just need to respect the promotional companies for what they are and stop trying to compare them because they're two different business models. And that's what people don't want to realize. They're two different business models. What big fights does Top Rank put on? Like what Top Rank card are you just like, oh, I'm so excited to see this Top Rank card? I watch Top Rank
No.
cards. I watch the zone cards. They're okay, but I never leave a Top Rank card feeling like, damn, like that was a hell of a card. I never feel like that with Top Rank or the zone cards. Never.
It's a
Mm-mm.
factory, like you said. Top Rank is a factory. It's just a factory. They just, churning out. You know what I'm saying? Chevy Impalas or Chevy Malibus.
And you hate to see Shakur become a Chevy Malibu. You know what I'm saying? You know, we saw what Top Rank can produce. You know, a Mayweather, a Cotto. You know what I'm saying? An Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you want to see the
20 years
tradition go
ago. That's
on.
25 years ago.
Yeah, but that's what happened though. They came from Top Rank. They came out of that factory system. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
To become superstars. You know what I'm saying? So the thing they showing you the blueprint. You got to leave Top Rank. You know what I'm saying? You got to explore your other options. You know what I'm saying? When you're coming out of Top Rank, you can't stay with them. They good for a certain thing to get up there to get noticed, but then to become a superstar, you're gonna have to leave Top Rank because Bob ain't fit to pay you like that. He's not going to give you those like Tucson said. It's a different business model, so you're not going to make that big money until you leave Top Rank. You know, Bob is only going to pay you so much. Look how big Lomachenko was. You know what I'm saying? And he's still not making the same kind of money Javante Tank Davis making. There's a lot of fighters that's been in longer than Tank, but they're not making as much money as Tank. You know, they've been in the fucking thing for years. I bet nobody over at Top Rank is making the kind of money Tank was making. You know what I'm saying? All because of the business model that Two Cent was talking about, how they pay you at the PBC. You know what I'm saying? Rather than how Top Rank business model is. So you would have to leave them. You know what I'm saying? To go get successful and you know what I'm saying make that big money. You know what I'm saying? EJ, I think they said he made something like $30 million off that fight with Crawford, even though he lost. Why you think he ain't sad? Why you think he ain't sad? That man ain't got to work no more for the rest of his life. You know what I'm saying? He made $30 million. Now, I ain't say he took home all that. I ain't say, but it's enough money to sit in your account where you can sit down after boxing. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So, you know, that's what the PBC is doing. You know, they setting up their fighters, you know what I'm saying, to win, you know what I'm saying, in the end. So, you know, she got a point. You know, Jason Fairway, yeah, I'm 55, bro. So, you know, I've seen them fights too, man. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you said, it was always a good fight, you know what I'm saying, around the corner when I was coming up. And you had even the journeyman could fight well back then. You know, and you had the Augustus, the Emmanuel Augustus, and you know what I'm saying, you had the what's his name, the Italian guy, Gotti.
Gotti,
Gotti, and who's the guy he used to
Ward,
fight all the time? Ward.
Mickey Ward.
Gotti, Ward, Augustus, those weren't no superstars, but them was hellified fights. Those were hella fight. Them dudes was nowhere near the top. But when them guys get together, I mean, we don't see too many the lower ranking fighters fighting like that. You know what I'm saying? Either they trash or they one guy's better than the other. You never see them equally as good going toe to toe like that. And that's I think that's what boxing missing, the excitement of having those kind of good journeymen. You know what I'm saying? They were great. You know, they're just like one step from being stars, but they just either they got in too many wars. Remember, ferocious, ferocious Vargas, Fernando
Yeah,
Vargas.
man.
Remember him? We don't have fights like that no more. And he
They
went
they
through the gauntlet. Hmm.
they now that's a kid whose career I think they mismanaged a little bit. They threw him in there with Trinidad a little bit too
Yeah,
soon. A little bit too
yeah.
soon.
Well, somebody told him he had power, and he stopped trying to depend on that power. He was a great boxer. I think when he mixed his boxing up with his punching, when he was a boxer puncher, man, he was hell to deal with. You know what I'm saying? The Drunken Master. Yeah, man, the Drunken Master and Ward had a y'all go watch that fight. The Drunken Master and Ward, and y'all gonna be like, holy shit. Holy shit. Go watch that fight. Ward and the Drunken Master. That was a hell of a fight. You don't even see you could watch that fight and it would just dominate all the fights we've seen this year. We don't have drag out fights like that no more. And you don't
We
see
don't
all kind of skill. Hmm.
we don't have trilogies and shit like that no more either. You
Nope.
know what I'm saying? Trilogies,
Nope.
guys fighting each other multiple times like that.
Because they want to we live in this like take the win and haul ass type of society now. You know, everybody talks shit on social media, and no matter how bad the fight look, long a guy could go in there and beat you with a jab, you know what I'm saying, and nothing else, and shit, they take that and they won't fight again. It's like, come on, man. It's like we
Like
here for the entertainment. Go ahead.
like I'm a Devin Haney fan, but it really disappointed me when he was in that little interview and he said he didn't think he wanted to fight Ryan no more. I was like, man, I was so disappointed hearing that.
Man, I mentioned that earlier, man. I went off on that shit. I was like, bro, I mean, what you doing, man? You just got your ass handed to you, no matter what reason. You know, you got to go in there. You got to get your respect back on your name. You know what I'm
But
Right.
saying?
like,
That's.
but get your respect at the cost of getting beat to death. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you
But
guys are
what we
crazy, bro.
but hold on, VA. Because one thing what we doing here is you just suggesting that he goes in there, he's juicing again or something. Like, come on now. If you get caught one time for something, like the likelihood of you going back in there and doing the same thing is not, is I mean, he can't do that same shit again because people be looking for it. So he would
Why
have
not?
to my thing is he would have to be clean because it makes sense. It's like, why
Right.
would you juice again if they already caught you for juicing? That don't make no sense. If you stupid, you'll juice again, and what they gonna do? Catch you again? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's like, come on,
Right,
no,
bro.
man,
We assuming that he clean in a rematch.
right? You know what I'm saying? I don't see why you would juice again once you've been busted. You know what I'm saying? So that would be just dumb to me to juice again and try to beat Devin. You would have to do it clean, right? Or is he that scared of Devin that he got to take something? You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. It's like, come on, man. It's like, but you always got to accept the rematch. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about just because the guy is dishonorable. I'm saying you, as a fighter, you want that get back. You know what I'm saying? You don't want somebody to have one up on you. You know what I'm saying? And if you feel like he's juicing, then don't, in the fight, you know what I'm saying? Just don't quit the fight. Say, this motherfucker's on something. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I know that's rare to see, but I mean, I think as a fighter, if you lose like that, I think you should try to get the rematch. If it's controversial, if the fight is close, you want to get that rematch to redeem your name. It's probably been a lot of fighters on shit when Floyd fought him. You know what I'm saying? They said Sugar Shane Mosley was on dope when he fought they said he was on EPO or whatever it was when he fought um Mayweather or something like that. He was on some
nah. It
shit.
was clean for Mayweather. It was clean for Mayweather.
It was what
It
now?
was it was Oscar. I think it was, when he fought Oscar, he popped. I
Oh
think.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. That's right. But when he wasn't on it, so he couldn't. That's why he couldn't finish up against Floyd. Imagine if he would have been on that shit against Floyd. He hit Floyd, damn near knocked his ass out. If he would have been on that EPO, it would have been a wrap for Floyd. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But he ran out of gas, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so but Floyd would have ran that shit back regardless. You know what I'm saying? He would have ran that shit back. So that's I just want to see these fighters have the courage and have the courage, in their skills. Make sure you put these motherfuckers through strenuous tests. If you know what I'm saying, strenuous tests. I think Vada need to step up. You know what I'm saying? They're monitoring. I think they need to test them, what I'm saying, every other day. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some of these quick steroids that they can flush out their system. What I'm saying, to get around the system, they need to pick up,
There
what
aren't
I'm
any
saying?
quick steroids. There are no quick steroids. There are no quick steroids that you can just flush
Well,
out
they
of there.
well they were
They
just
say they
saying,
got steroid. Victor
yeah,
Conti himself said it's
yeah,
steroids that can be out
yeah,
your
go ahead.
system in 24 hours.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I
What's the name
heard.
of it? What's the name of it?
I don't know. I'm
You
just
got to
telling
go
you
to
what
that
Victor
Victor. Go to
said.
that Victor
You
Conte
gotta go hear
interview.
Victor talk about this. I'm no
Yeah, go.
steroid expert.
No, go to Victor Conte. He did the interview where he said you could get around the way he's talking about getting around VADA and stuff like that. He knows how to get around VADA. And he was talking about the different ways you can get around VADA and stuff. You got to go to that interview. And he was talking about the stuff you can flush out your system. Use it, get the benefit of it, and flush it out your system by drinking water and working out and stuff intensively. So you got to check out Victor thing for that. And he's a damn PhD scientist. So if it could be done, he knows it. I
Yeah.
mean, just check his interview out. And you'll see. I was stunned by the shit myself. So it's a lot of things we're learning um, in this era about PEDs and how they work. A lot of things that we never heard of before, and it's just stunning the whole boxing world. But these guys they're immersed in this world. What I'm saying, so they know what works and what's not. Some things work for certain fighters. What I'm saying, they got to go through a myriad of different things to see what works best for them. What I'm saying, if they're going to cheat like that, and then you got to know how to get it up out your system. They got different masking agents, and stuff like that. So probably some of the biggest fights that we had wouldn't have went the way they went if they didn't have that shit in their system. So it is a part of boxing, like Two Cents always say. It is a part of boxing. We just don't know what we're looking at sometimes. What I'm saying, on some of these performances.
I think
Mr.
we just now realizing it because I mean it's like if they think about it, Victor Conti said he got into boxing to be a quote unquote anti-doping person, right? He came up with a solution, which is the 24/7 testing. But then he backdoors and said the promotional company's really against him. The manager's really against him. The fighters don't want to participate in the 24/7 testing, and it's too expensive. So it's like, dude, what solution did you come up with? Like, how was that a solution?
But him
Right.
saying that, but that lead me to believe that everybody out here doping.
Exactly.
That's what Tyson Fury said. Everybody doping. You know what I'm saying? I say, yeah, you just trying to cover for yourself. You know. Just Fury says, which fight did Floyd run back? When was it controversial? What was that fight with
Kodo.
Madonna, Cotto? I don't
Uh,
think he ran that one back. He didn't run
it
that
was
one
the
back.
Mexican guy.
Cotto.
It was not Corrales.
It was Madonna and it was Castillo.
Oh, he didn't
Castillo.
run back. He
Still,
ran back Kodo, I thought.
no, he didn't
No,
fight Kodo
no,
twice. But that
no. He
wasn't
fought
controversial, really.
Castillo.
He beat
He
Kodo.
fought he fought Castillo, um,
Maybe it's
and
Castillo I'm
Madonna
thinking about.
and
I'm thinking about
Madonna.
Castillo.
And Madonna was the
Uh-huh.
guy that had Alex Ariza in his camp.
Yep.
Yep.
Anytime it was controversial, I thought he should have fought Zab again. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him fight Zab again. I thought that fight was kind of, because of all of the running in the ring and shit when he got hit low. And I thought he should have ran that one back, even though I thought he was dominating at the end. But I would have loved to see that fight again.
Yeah,
Yo,
that was
so
really good.
just for y'all that think that Devin Haney should accept a rematch right now immediately, Cotto he lost to Margarito in 2008 July, and
Yeah.
he didn't fight him again until December 2011. So that's 3.5 years in between those two fights,
Hmm.
where he almost got beat to death.
My man
Who?
had plaster in his gloves, though, bro. Shit.
Yeah, yeah. You talking about Margarito? Yeah, yeah.
That nigga
You know
had
what I'm
It's
saying?
plaster gloves.
cheating.
Yeah.
But look how much it took out of Cotto, man. Cotto was on a whole nother level before Margarito did that to him. And then he wasn't even sorry when he turned around and confronted Cotto. He was like he wasn't even sorry about the shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So these cheaters need to go. They need to be up out of boxing. If you pop for something dirty, bro, I mean, I don't care what it is, nigga. I mean, I don't care if it's Kool-Aid, nigga. If that shit is banned, get the hell up on out of here. I mean, it's enough to make the weight, to do what they got to do, saying to get in there and compete. But then you hear your cheating ass come in, saying with this bullshit in your system, giving you an advantage over me, and I'm doing it naturally. It ain't no way. It ain't no way. I'm working too hard, and you ain't working as hard as me. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to work as hard as me. And I just don't agree with it. He says, the Kegi says, agrees. I don't think Haney should do an immediate rematch. He says, fight Sando Martin to see how. Yeah, of course. Like he don't have to get his wits together because psychologically, saying when somebody destroys you like that, you destroying that person's self image of themselves, right? And say it's going to take a lot of repair for him to build himself back up to that point where he had the confidence where he just got that same kind of swag like he had before he fought Ryan. So Ryan destroyed his entire self-image. So it should be a punishment for that. you know
And I'm
so
not.
the
I'm,
kick is
I'm not saying he should. It has to be an immediate rematch, but he needs to rematch Ryan Garcia. He needs to fight that man again.
Yeah, I just think so. And Floyd, he didn't have too many controversial fights. So that's why he only had two. Where the people were screaming that I thought maybe him and Oscar should have ran it back. I thought that would have been. I thought that one that could have ran back.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, I thought that was kind of subjective a little bit. Um, so even though Mayweather landed the cleaner shots, I do think that would have been a good fight to go back. You know what I'm saying? That would have been a good rematch right there. And but Floyd got so many issues about being the B side from that period. Once he took the A side, that shit was crazy. He
yeah,
says,
bro.
"Fool, you're gonna live." You say you're gonna lie for what? Yeah, of course. Why does that? What? You see my picture, my guy, my bro. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Who's on my avatar? Of course. But of course I'm going live on that fight. Hopefully I won't be, I'll pull over and go live for that. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. But you know what I'm saying? We've been cooking for about 4 hours, yeah. I think it's a good cook for the day. And you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go take my get me something to eat, get me some more to eat. And you know what I'm saying? Let's see if we can, come back. Well, I gotta deliver tomorrow. So oh yeah. You know, I know I was just checking. Well, no, you ain't gotta check on that, bro. You already know. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta deliver tomorrow. So I have to see when it come back live. But I'll notify everybody when Pool Counter Boxing come back on live. Thank you, 2 cents, for coming through, D Web and VA Money Group, man. Y'all got to participate more. Not that, 2 cents always be here, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to participate more, man. You know what I'm saying? Get it
You
pumped
ever
up.
come through
But
Michigan? You ever come
I'm
through
in Michigan
Michigan, Pool?
now. I'm
You
in
is?
Michigan now.
What
Yeah.
part?
You know what I'm saying? Uh, what this town called? Flint, some chemical company in the Flint. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Oh, you know
delivering
how
to.
that
So,
Clarissa Shields and tell her to shut the hell up.
oh my God, I ain't finna get punched by the goat and shit. You know how goddamn aggressive her ass is. You know what I'm saying? Shit. She like,
He gonna
this
get you an
chemical, this
interview,
this
Pool.
this tanker, this tanker truck driver tried to come and try me. I had to knock his ass out.
Hey, Pool,
Hell no.
I follow you on Twitter, man. You gonna have to let me know next time you head up to Michigan, man. I'm right here in like the Detroit metro area, man.
Okay. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
hit me.
I'm just, yeah, I be all over, man. Shit, I'm be delivering everywhere, man. So delivering these chemicals. So, but I'll
Oh, okay.
catch you guys next time and see you. You know what I'm saying? This has been Pool Counter Boxing. Make sure you subscribe to 2 Cent Boxing, man. You heard the wisdom. You know what I'm saying? You heard the conspiracy theories. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? She gonna get us all aboard and subscribe to 2 Cent Boxing, and that's my G right there. All right, y'all. See you guys in the next one. I'm going to get something to eat.
All
Peace
right,
out.
peace out, y'all. Peace out, panel.
All right,
All
peace
Mm.
out,
right, chat.
y'all. Peace.